Good evening. This is the Planning Commission meeting for October 13th, 2020. I'm Roberta Jorgensen, Chairwoman. Please note that due to the COVID-19 emergency and in compliance with the state and county shelter-at-home orders and as allowed by the Governor's Executive Order N-2920, which allows for a deviation of teleconference rules required by the Ralph M. Brown Act, Planning Commission meetings will be held by teleconference only until further notice. A video stream of Planning Commission meeting presentations will be live streamed and available to play later on YouTube by accessing the following link, www.prcity.com/YouTube. Rather than attending in person, project applicants and members of the public must call 805-865-7276 to participate via phone. The phone line will open just prior to the start of the meeting at 6:30 p.m. or written public comments can be submitted via email to planning@prcity.com. Written comments received prior to 12 noon on the day of the meeting will be posted as an addendum to the agenda online at www.prcity.com/agenda center/planning-commission-5. If submitting written comments in advance of the meeting, please note the agenda item. So I will call this meeting to order, and Commissioner Kogler, would you lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance, and would all others please mute your mics?
I'd be glad to, Madam Chair. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you very much. And may we have the roll call?
Commissioner Castillo.
Here.
Commissioner Davis.
Here.
Commissioner Kogler.
Here.
Commissioner Christensen. Commissioner Gibson.
Here.
Commissioner Neal. Chairperson Jorgensen.
Here.
So the record will reflect that Christensen and Neal are absent. They did contact staff to say they were not going to be attending tonight's meeting.
All right, thank you. And may we also have staff introductions, please?
Yes, Warren Frace, I'm the Community Development Director. With me tonight is Darren Nash, our city planner, Dave Athey, the city engineer, Katie Bannister, our assistant planner, and Jessica Ferguson, our administrative assistant. And then Dave McHugh is here from the IT department running the technology system. We have Roger Oxborough, the airport manager. He is attending to answer any questions related to the airport.
All right, thank you. This is the time when we have general public comments regarding matters that are not on the agenda, and I do not see that we have any callers in the queue. So we will move on to the next item. And Mr. Fraser, are there any agenda items proposed to be tabled or rescheduled this evening?
There are none.
All right, thank you. So we will open our public hearing. Item number 1 on our agenda is the time extension 20-06 for Plan Development 1804 and vesting tentative Tract Map 3047, Phase 2, Spring Street Village. May we have the staff report?
Thank you, Chairperson Jorgensen. So this is a time extension for a project that was approved back in 2018. It was Plan Development 18-04, which was an amendment to Phase 2 of a plan development that was approved back in 2013. There is also an associated vesting tentative Tract Map 3047. This is Phase 2, which authorized the development of 74 units as part of the Spring Street Village complex. So Phase 1 is complete. There were 21 units constructed on the second floor of a commercial building. These are down at the north end of Spring Street, and so we've got a map coming up, but 21 units have already been constructed, and then there are 74 units still proposed, but they have not been built yet, and so those are what the time extension is regarding. So, Warren, if you wouldn't mind going back one to the map. So this is on Spring Street between 33rd and 34th Street. It's a development that has it's right up along there's no setback, so it's kind of a distinctive building on the north end of town. So the 24 units are constructed with some commercial spaces, and then in the red box, there are 74 units proposed. This is strictly residential. They're multifamily units, and so the applicant is requesting a time extension. So you can see there are two buildings proposed, Building 1 and Building 2, and some associated parking, trash enclosures, and so forth. So this is a perspective. It's a view from 34th Street and Park Street. The residential units actually, while the commercial uses front Spring Street, these residential uses are actually more fronted on Park Street. So this is a rendering of what the building would look like as viewed from 34th Street. Just some background, got a little bit of it a bit ago, but the plan development 18-04 was an amendment approved about 2 years ago, and the tract map was also approved last year, September 11th, 2 years ago in 2018. The entitlements were scheduled to expire back in September, but the applicant did request a time extension. And so staff has reviewed the project. No changes are proposed at this time. The applicant is just requesting more time. The applicant is here with us this evening, so if there's any questions for him, I'm sure he can answer those. So your options this evening are to approve the draft resolution, which would extend the entitlements for another year into September of 2021. You could also grant a time extension for a shorter period of time. You also could amend or modify the resolution if desired for this project. So that is the entirety of the staff report.
Thank you very much. All right. At this time, I'll ask commissioners if you have questions of staff, and we will start with Commissioner Kogler.
No questions, Madam Chair.
All right, Commissioner Davis.
I have none.
Thank you. Commissioner Castillo.
Zero questions, Madam.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Gibson.
I have no questions at this time. Thank you.
All right, then we will open the public hearing. If the applicant would like to speak, you are welcome to do so. That is up to you. I don't see any callers on the queue. Is that correct, staff? All right, then hearing no comments from the general public and seeing none on the telephone queue, I will close the public hearing. So is there discussion by the commissioners? I will go through one more time. This is for discussion, Commissioner Kogler.
Nothing further, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Davis?
No, nothing from me.
Thank you. Commissioner Castillo?
No, ma'am.
And Commissioner Gibson?
I have no questions or comments. Thank you.
All right, very good. I will entertain a motion at this time then.
Madam Chair, I would move approval of draft resolution A, resolution to grant a one-year time extension, TEX 20-06 for plan development 18-04 and vesting tentative tract map 3407 phase 2, 3328 Spring Street, APN 008-042-020.
I'll second the motion.
And that is Commissioner Gibson. Is that correct for the second?
That's correct. Thank you.
All right, motion by Commissioner Kogler and second by Commissioner Gibson. Is there any further discussion? Please speak up if there is, commissioners. All right, hearing none, I will ask for the vote.
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
All right, thank you, everyone. We will go now to agenda item number 2, plan development 20-10 and conditional use permit 20-03, P20-0019, RV storage. 3900 Dry Creek Road. May we have the staff report, please?
Thank you, Chairperson Jorgensen. So as you noted, this is at 3900 Dry Creek Road. This is on the property of the airport. So here's Dry Creek Road. You can see Airport Road running north-south, the airport to the north of the project, and there are some commercial sites to the south of the airport. The applicant is requesting to use one of those sites to establish an RV storage use, a recreational vehicle storage use. So you can see the star there shows you the location. So this is just to the east of Triana Winery, and then the Estrella Warbirds Museum is to the east of the project. So there's some context, and that's the next. So the project, as I said, was for recreational vehicle storage. The site plan shows 193 RV parking spaces. These would be housed under 9 storage buildings. The storage buildings total over 100,000 square feet in size. There is, in addition, a 675 square foot office, a leasing office located in the project. So because the project is such a long, the buildings are long and kind of narrow. I think the elevations are kind of hard to parse. So let's first start with the materials that are proposed. The applicant is proposing the majority of the exterior of the site would be aligned with storage buildings. And so the storage buildings would have a mixture of dark gray standing seam metal panels interspersed with light gray corrugated metal roof panels. The light gray would also be used for the roof. In addition, there would be some panels that are shorter and are perforated. You can see an example of the material used on a fence on the left side of the screen. So those perforated panels are about 12 feet tall. Most of the walls are going to be about 16 feet tall, and the buildings themselves are 19 feet tall. The buildings just have shed roofs on them, just a single plane, relatively flat roofs. So just zooming in, not the best picture, but this is the perforated wall panel, just to give an idea of how much would be exposed through that panel. So this is the site plan. Warren, there's going to be some animations on this page. So the first click, so the dark black line that you see now, these are going to be the solid walls. I've just shown the dark standing seam metal siding, but this would be also the corrugated, the light gray. But the point of this is that this is where the walls will be solid. The red lines are where that perforated wall panel will be used. You can see it's used in the front along Dry Creek Road. It's used on the sides of that front building, and then it's used as accent along the road to the east of the project. Finally, there is a black metal fence proposed. That is indicated in green. You can see it along the sides of the front building. There's some gaps along the western property line where that would be used. And then staff has provided a condition of approval that would require it along the rear property line as well. So the applicant has provided this perspective that gives you some idea of how the building would look in space. The office building is shown with 2 tones. The applicant actually intends to use all that dark color, so that blue color is not proposed at this time, but you can see an idea of what the building would look like. So moving in a little bit closer, so this is the front elevation. You can see the perforated panels in use there, the darker solid panels, the office building off to the right. The property is about 365 feet wide. So this is, a long building along Dry Creek Road. So west and east sides. The west side is what faces Triana. There are 3 buildings proposed here, so it gets broken up a little bit with some fencing in between. On the east side, this is where the road to the east would be. I think it's going to be called Cirrus. You can see the gate towards the Dry Creek Road side of the property, and then again the perforated panels used to break up the plane of that long frontage, and to provide just some. There's no windows, proposed, and so this breaks up that long wall and provides some depth. Those perforated panels are proposed at an angle. You could see that in the site plan a few slides ago. And I didn't point out that the property is about 600 feet deep, 585 feet deep. So that gives you some idea of the scale. So as far as paving goes, the applicant is just proposing to pave the driveways in this project under the metal buildings would be gravel, and so the RVs would actually be parked on gravel, but all of the driveway aisles would be paved. And you can see also Cirrus Way would, the applicant would be providing some paving in that road as well. At the DRC meeting last month, the DRC members were interested in understanding Dry Creek Road is currently under reconstruction. The sewer was put in recently down that road, and so the road is being rebuilt. This is a section that is proposed to be used. This is the section that would be along the Triana, which is very close. The city engineer is here this evening, so if you have any technical questions about that road, he's probably better able to answer those, but it is a 26-foot section. There are flush curves proposed on either side, and there would be a drainage swale on one side of the road. There is a landscape plan proposed. It's really just along the perimeter of something. This is a zoom in of that along the front. So there's a 35-foot front setback along Dry Creek Road that's required at the airport. So the applicant is proposing to landscape that. Staff has included a condition that would require landscaping to go all the way to the property line and even closer to the pavement of Dry Creek Road. Triana has done a similar treatment where the vegetation comes about 5 feet from the pavement, and it just has a more appealing appearance, and staff is recommending that condition. I do want to point out that that landscaping is proposed along the western property line for about 115 feet. But beyond that, the building is very close to the property line, and no landscaping is proposed along that side. In general, we do request that there be perimeter landscaping. The request here is for there not to be any along that western property line. The DRC felt comfortable with that, and I think in the long run, maintenance would probably have been an issue along there. There is a draft condition that would require vining plants to be provided along the fence sections that are on that western property line. There is a vining plant proposed on the front fence right next to the office building. And so the idea would be to continue that appearance and to provide a little bit more screening along that western side. So as I've stated before, this is on the airport property. The airport manager is on the line this evening, so if you have any specific questions about how the airport is managed, he's certainly going to be your best expert. This is an excerpt from the airport land use plan. I've turned it from how you viewed it in, or actually it might have, I'm not sure how it printed in your staff report, but this north is up in this image. So along Dry Creek Road, there is a section of blue, and you can see on the left that the blue color indicates commercial industrial development. These are lease sites that aren't necessarily aviation related. They're not airport related. They're not flying related necessarily. But the airport does lease these sites out, and they generate funds to help fund the airport, the running the operation of the airport. So the property today, it's a vacant property. It's undeveloped. There is currently a right-of-way to the west of the property called Cirrus Way. The airport manager has been working to move the roads around out there to make the area function better for how he sees the airport to be used. So this is a future tract map, which would move Cirrus Way. It would abandon Cirrus Way on the west of the property, and then a new cul-de-sac street would be proposed on the east side of the property. So there is a condition of approval that requires this tract map to be recorded before building permits will be issued for the project. There are several buildings that are proposed over the property line and into the current right-of-way for Cirrus Way. So the requirement will be that map get recorded before any buildings are constructed. There are some additional conditions. So I've already mentioned the landscaping conditions and the tract map condition. There's some operational conditions that are proposed in the draft resolution. One would be that there are no commercial services offered at the site other than the storage of vehicles. This would preclude someone opening, say, an RV cleaning or repair service. This is really just for storage. There is something I didn't discuss very much previously. The project only provides 3 car parking spaces. For a storage use, we would typically see quite a bit more parking than that. I believe it's 1 for every 3,000 square feet of storage. If this project were parked as the zoning ordinance requires, it would require 36 parking spaces. However, they're not proposing to provide those. However, there is a condition of approval that does require that if somebody comes to take their RV out for the weekend or, for their vacation, they would be able to park their personal vehicles in their RV stall so that parking will not spill out onto the nearby roads. So even though there won't be traditional parking spaces, the 36 parking spaces provided, there will be places for people to park when RVs are out off the site. There's some other conditions regarding outdoor storage, that the storage needs to occur within the RV stalls that are designated on the site plan, and that there not be any other outdoor storage other than vehicles, RVs, boats, cars, etc. There's one more condition of approval, that any vehicle covers would be securely fastened. You could foresee someone wanting to put a tarp that was maybe unsightly from off-site, so there is a condition to address that. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt a Class 32 CEQA exemption. You should be aware that the project is certainly consistent with all of the requirements of a Class 32 exemption, that it be consistent with the general plan and zoning ordinance, that there be no habitat value. The 2003 general plan, the EIR for that general plan did identify this area as not not having habitat value for kit fox and other endangered animals. And so this area would, a city policy would be that we don't do mitigation for that. There are no significant traffic noise or air or water quality, no significant impacts expected, and there are adequate utilities and services. I will point out, however, that the site is slightly over 5 acres. It's 5.25 acres, whereas a Class 32 exemption is limited to 5-acre sites. Staff feels comfortable recommending that the area of the site does round down to 5 acres, but Planning Commission should be aware of the CEQA finding that they're making. So the Planning Commission does have to make findings to approve this project. They are listed in the draft resolution. They include being consistent with the general plan, and that they maintain that the project maintains significant natural resources, that it supports public health, safety, and welfare, that the project is sensitive to the character of the surrounding area, it will not generate an unsafe volume of traffic, and that because a parking exception is requested, the Planning Commission must find that the parking demand will be less than required for typical storage uses. The Planning Commission has options. The first would be to adopt the draft resolution as proposed. It would approve the plan development and the conditional use permit for the project. You could amend and adopt You could amend the resolution and adopt it. You could also refer the project back to staff for additional analysis. And if findings can't be made, you could deny the project by denying the draft resolution. Staff is recommending that the Planning Commission adopt draft resolution A that would approve the project as proposed and as conditioned. And that is the end of my report.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I will go around and ask commissioners for their questions for staff. We'll begin with Commissioner Kogler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I was on the DRC when this came before us, so I've been around the block once with this. So I've got just a few questions. Katie, on the first page of the staff report, which is page 50 in our packet, there's a comment that the city hasn't yet adopted the development standards and setbacks for the APPD zoning district. I'm just curious if that's on the to-do list or what's the status of that moving forward.
We do have it on a list of items that need to be addressed, but at this time, there's no specific, there's no setbacks or height requirements and so forth. So as indicated in the staff report, we really rely on the PM district standards because they have a similar general plan designation.
Got it. Thank you. Glad it's on the list. Next page, page 51, at the project summary, there's reference to some of the amenities that are included here. And one of the things that's listed is propane, which I assume means they're going to have a larger propane tank from which they would fill other propane tanks. If that's true, is there any fire department inspection or overview of that that's necessary? I noticed in the resolution under the emergency services, it only was fire underground and electric access. It didn't discuss anything pertaining to propane gas.
So Randy Harris is the city fire marshal, and he is on the line. He did review the project, and I don't know, Randy, if you have anything else to add to your review.
There's certain clearances required, but they're very minimal around the tank, and that is a low volume or a low quantity tank. So it really doesn't require much extra.
Thank you. Just two more. There's a comment on page 53 about the setback, and what essentially is almost a zero, almost on the lot line setback on the one side. I'm curious, is that consistent with code?
It is certainly possible to build a building right along the property line. I know the applicant has been working with Mr. Harris from our fire department quite a bit. Because of the proximity to the property line and then the size of the building, they had to provide some separations and break what was once one long building along that western property line had to be broken into three to avoid certain sizes. I know that there are, when there are windows or other breaks in the walls, there are requirements, but I believe as designed that the zero lot line is not a problem. Both our chief building official and Randy Harris, have reviewed the elevations and the plan.
Okay, thank you. And then one last thing on the next page, page 54 of the report. There's discussion of renters. Number one, renters may conduct minor maintenance such as cleaning, minor repairs, and spot painting. I'm wondering if things like minor repairs are defined anywhere in the code, and spot painting. Both of those seem a little ambiguous in most zoning codes I'm familiar with. Minor repairs actually includes quite a bit of automotive work. It doesn't include engines and transmissions and things. Those generally jump to major. But I'm wondering if there's any definition of that, because I have some thoughts about limiting the amount of actual repairs that could occur on site, since it's a pretty tight storage facility.
I think it's a valid question. I did find this condition in a previous resolution for another storage use that was located elsewhere in town. And I think certainly we could further define those uses as desired. But no, I don't think that those that minor maintenance is defined in our municipal code. I agree.
Okay, the other option I would suggest when we get to that point is simply consider removing those two terms. But that's all I have in the way of questions, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kogler. Commissioner Davis, do you have questions of staff?
Yeah, I have just a couple. Katie, if you could, I think just explain a little bit more to me. I was not on DRC, so this was pretty much new, all completely new to me. It's my understanding there's siding on three sides, Dry Creek and the two adjacent properties, but open to the north. It's my understanding from your presentation from the staff report, there will be some fencing on the north. But what, I don't know if across, north of this property, what kind of business would go in there? I'm not sure if that's in the lease area, in the airport area or not. I'm just trying to think about, is there any need for future screening? It's an open area, am I correct?
That is correct. Today it is a vacant lot. Is that okay?
I can hear you.
Okay. Oh, now that sounds good. I was getting a lot of feedback. I wasn't sure. So today it is a vacant lot, and you're correct. This would not provide screening that would screen the view of this site. In discussions with the airport manager, he has the lease site to the north. All prospective parties have wanted to put a building that would have sort of the back of the building would face this side. There is a 30-foot public utilities easement, 15 feet of it run along the north property line of this subject lot, and the other 15 feet are on the lot to the north. I think that it's a valid question, and the Planning Commission could certainly add conditions to require further screening here. Currently, the proposed fencing would not screen it. This is the proposal, and I think it's a valid question. I'm not sure, with operations at the airport, the manager doesn't feel it's necessary, but on a project like this, typically we would expect to see it screened from the rear.
Just as a follow-up to that, it's my understanding that this has been reviewed by the Airport Commission as well, I think in terms of the lease agreement, et cetera, but, and they had no problem with it as well. Is that correct?
My understanding, and Mr. Oxborough, the airport manager, is on the line with us, is that the airport commission discussed the lease, but as far as design and how the project looks, that actually falls to the DRC and the planning commission.
Okay, thank you. One other question. I'm not familiar with this type of facility. I saw a waste area and I saw a wash area. If you could go back to that slide for just a second.
Yeah, you can see it on this plan as well. We're zooming in. So in yellow, you can see the RV wash station at the bottom of the yellow area, and then in the purple building, building D, you can see that there's a waste station where you would be able to apparently, empty your RV tanks and wash the vehicles.
Okay, and so that is. I don't know much about, but I'm mostly asking about the waste and the operations of that. So an RV would come in and dump the waste, and then that's handled by the owner, the resolution of the waste.
I believe that's the case. So the sewer was just brought in to Dry Creek Road, so the project will be attaching to the sewer, and so the waste will be making it into the public sanitary sewer. But the applicant is with us this evening, and I'm sure he can explain how that operates better than I. But that is my understanding as well, that the private RVs can come in and discharge their waste.
Okay, thank you. That's all I have for now. I appreciate it.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Castillo, do you have questions for staff?
Yes, Madam Chair. I'm wondering, and a couple of questions, I'm going to wait for the applicant because Sherry already asked some of the questions in regards to waste. As far as the property being managed and security purposes, I don't know if you covered that, Katie. If you did, I'm sorry, but maybe the applicant can answer some questions about if there's going to be anyone living on the property. Security purposes wise, and that's the only questions I have.
Sure. As you said, the applicant is with us and can, I'm sure, further explain how he intends to address security, but no residence is proposed with this project.
Perfect. Thank you.
All right, Commissioner Gibson, questions for staff?
Yes, I have a couple. Could I circle back to follow up on Commissioner Davis's question to get clarification on the north side, which is closest to the airport? So in the map that you had up earlier, it said it was identified actually as more airport use, not the commercial use that this is. But could you clarify again the whether the applicant is and the plan is proposing to put up some sort of fencing, and if so, could you describe that for us?
Sure. The applicant does report that they intend to put fencing there. It was not called out in their plans what type of fence was proposed. So there is a draft condition that the same fencing that's proposed elsewhere on the site, which is a black metal fence, definitely you can see through it. It's not a screening fence, would be used there just for it to be more attractive. We often see chain link with slats used as fencing that screens. It's not necessarily the most attractive fence, and so the draft condition reads that it would be a metal fence, and if the Planning Commission wants to amend that condition, they certainly have that ability.
Okay, thank you. And then can we address the get clarification on the parking requirement? So I read through the report, and I understand the concept that technically by math, I think it requires 36 parking spaces. And they're indicating that they need 3 for the office, and they then want to reduce the number of required parking spaces. But I did not see, I could have just overlooked, I did not see what the actual recommendation or proposal was. So is there an actual number that's being presented, or is that something we need to come up with tonight?
So the applicant is proposing that there be 3 parking spaces. You can see them there on the plan in the upper right-hand corner. There would be 2 spaces, it looks like, for the disabled, and then a 3rd parking space for general use. This is the proposal. it's a challenge because essentially the whole project is a parking lot for recreational vehicles. And so, staff is supporting the fact that for an office that's only 675 square feet, likely 3 spaces is probably sufficient. And with the additional assurance that if somebody is coming to pick up their RV or boat and they intend, if they have a motorhome and there would be a place for them to leave their vehicle. So there is additional parking within the project, but not right at the office. So the proposal is for 3 parking spaces.
Okay, so just trying to think this through. So, and I understand that the office might only need 3. I have no real comment or any disagreement with that, but I'm thinking just like to follow up, for example, that Commissioner Kogler was asking about somebody coming to work or clean their RV. There's not going to be, they can't use the same parking space as the RV because the RV obviously is still in there. So I could see times when people would come to clean or work or prep their RV for a trip, for example, and they would need a place to park. So where is it proposed that they would do that?
So the applicant is with us this evening, so perhaps when public comment is open, we can ask him that question.
Okay. All right, very good. Thank you. That's all my questions for now.
All right, thank you. I think most of my questions were already asked. I would still like to hear more from the applicant about the repairs and spot painting and the parking. I also have, well, I guess, is this the time for the airport manager to answer questions since he is staff and not public?
Yes, please.
Yeah. So, Roger, could you just give us a little more information and background on the available sites surrounding this property, particularly the one to the north? What's the intention? What would be the access to it? Would the access be from this newly proposed road that runs north and south? Just tell us about that neighborhood. Thank you.
Yes, the new street that is proposed will more effectively serve the 4 parcels. The subject parcel that you're looking at right now, the one to the east, the 2 to the north. This change was brought about because Triana added their second lot to the east and had no more need for a street there. The configuration was reworked to the east of that for the museum, so they did not need the cul-de-sac that you see on some of the maps further east there. That's what brought this all about, is so we could have one street that would effectively serve those parcels. The parcel to the east is colored blue, and that is designed for commercial non-aviation use. That's still available. There's one 5-acre parcel left there. To the north, all of those yellow parcels are aviation. It is our intent to develop those with hangars or possibly aviation service facilities. Currently, I am entertaining a couple of different proposals, nothing firm yet, but they involve hangars, a number of hangars, and they would be large hangars. The applicants are looking at a place to put corporate jets. Now, if you put that kind of a building in there, it is going to be 20 feet tall, and it is going to blank out the entire north side of this project. So there's no view issue because from this site, you will not be able to see anything but a wall going north, and the occupants of that property to the north will be looking at a back wall facing south. So that was the rationale behind limiting the need for any screening at that point. There may be a couple more access issues that we'll have to work out, but for right now, that's essentially what we've been working with, and hopefully that answers your question for the moment.
It does, thank you. And I have one more for you, Roger.
Sure.
On page 64 of the staff report, this is the conditions of site-specific conditions of approval. Number 16 has to do with exterior lights. and that they'll be shielded and directed downward, and so on, without any off-site glare. And as kind of our standard wording, it indicates that, you know, future information will be provided and will be reviewed and approved by the Director of Community Development, which is fine. But because of this site location in relation to the airport, is there any reason to be concerned about lighting in case they had, you know, tall pole lights or so on for security? And would it be something that we should also add that the airport manager needed to approve as well, or is that not necessary at this location?
I don't feel that it's necessary, only because of the advances in lighting technology in recent years is phenomenal. The fixtures that are now utilized in a development such as this are very effective at pointing downward where they need to, and they do not put out any glare or anything that would be a detriment to any of the aircraft operation. We, just by illustration, we're able to live with the lights at Barney Park. So I don't think that this facility, or actually any other facility that we have on the airport, is creating any kind of a problem for aircraft. So I'm confident that the planning department, through our building department, whoever looks at this, is perfectly capable of making that determination in their normal review.
Okay, thank you very much. So that is all of my questions. So I will open the public hearing, and then if the applicant would like to address the commission and the public, we would like to hear from you. And if you could just state your name and address for the record.
Shanna Reese, can you hear me?
Yes.
Perfect. Shanna Reese with Reese Design Studio. The address is 3055 Duncan Lane in San Luis Obispo. And we're the architect for the project. Thank you, Chairperson and Commissioners. And Katie, thank you very much. You did a really good job explaining the project. So I don't know that I have much more to say, but I did write down your questions, and I thought I would move through the ones that I thought were still outstanding, and see if there was anything additional that you wanted to ask. I also have the property applicant with me as well, Joe Goen, and he can also answer questions if necessary. So the first question was about the renters and having minor maintenance or repairs or spot painting. The applicant would be fine with just having loading on there and not having repairs as part of the allowances within that, if that's something that you guys would like to modify. Also,
I'm sorry, Shauna, is having loading, so it would be cleaning and loading?
Yeah, just general cleaning and loading of the RV, not having any of those maintenance and spot painting and repair.
Thank you. I just want to make sure I heard correctly. Thank you.
Yep. And then as far as the waste station goes, the way those work is there's typically there's a flexible tube that comes out of the RVs, and then it dumps into a receiving pit. And then they have a hose station there as well that you do a final rinse down, and that does attach to the city sewer. So that would be the plan with that dump station. There was a question about security and about anybody living on property, and Katie answered correctly that there would not be anyone living on property. We do assume that there's going to be a camera monitoring system that is going to be extensive throughout the site. So that's what we plan for security. And then also we've requested 8-foot fencing just for a little bit of extra height from the 6 feet. And then as far as the parking requirement interior to the site, it wasn't something that we had thought would be an issue, but you guys did bring up a good point. I would say there are a couple spaces interior to the lot, sort of near the propane area, right inside the gate, that may serve as a spot that could work. And then there's some other spaces that we could maybe find to tuck some out of the way, surface spots, if that's something. I just need to relook at the site plan to see if we can, pocket in a few extra parking spots. I think that was the majority of the questions that were not responded to all the way, but I'm open to other questions.
All right. Let's see if we have any other public comments, and then we'll get.
Sure.
Well, let's do it. Let's do it this way. Let's go ahead and Commissioner Kogler, do you have any specific questions for the applicant?
No, I don't, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right. And Commissioner Davis?
No, I don't.
Commissioner Castillo?
No, she answered them for me. Thank you.
And Commissioner Gibson?
No, ma'am, I do not have any questions for the applicant.
Okay. All right. Well, thank you. And I do not see that we have any other public callers in the queue. So I will close the public hearing, and I will come back to the commission to hear your comments on this project. So I will start with Commissioner Kogler.
Been thinking a bit about what I'll call the backside, which is open, and particularly when the airport manager talked about potentially there being hangars there, it doesn't seem as though there's any real reason to screen that. I'm curious about security fencing in the future. Would security fencing for the airport itself pass between the RV storage facility and whatever new development, particularly if it was a hangar to the north? Would there be some enhanced fencing in there for airport security?
There would be a requirement to tie the buildings together. The way we do it around the airport is if you've got buildings that would allow public in from one side, and then they have to go through the building out to the air side, that's how we control it. Between the buildings, we have fencing to fill in. So if we have adequate building site to the north, that's going to be the air side. That's going to be the air operations, and there would not be any specific requirement for this, like for this project. But there would be gates and doors and whatever is required, perhaps up at the end of the cul-de-sac to run between aircraft hangars. That's kind of how we do those.
Okay. And just kind of a sidebar question. It's not often the Planning Commission sees a blow up of the airport master plan. And I was curious, Cirrus Way, which is essentially going to be removed and relocated to the east, right now on the map actually penetrates the airport property itself. And there's a couple of cul-de-sacs that branch off of that. Is that just a paper street that's going to be removed in the future?
The Cirrus, as you see it, the intent is to at least hang on to some kind of ability to access into that center section for future development. We're not sure that would be all that feasible, because if you notice the two big round circles in there, we have to have a 1,000-foot clearance around the weather observing equipment. We have to have a 1,200-foot clear space around the VOR to the north. And so it leaves about 35 acres in there, which is really not feasible to develop. But we do not want to cut ourselves off in case we did want future development or access there somehow. When the old Cirrus Way, and by the way, I think there's going to be confusion when you look at old maps and new maps. So I'm not recommending that we name the new street Cirrus, because then we're going to be confused. So it most likely will have a different name so that we can maintain clarity between the two. If you'll notice to the north in the map that you were not provided, the next iteration of that parcel map has a 60-foot easement going north. It may be used in the future for that street, the cul-de-sac, to be extended north across the taxiway. It may be used as taxiway access to come off of that east-west taxiway and onto the property if needed. But there is a 60-foot easement there that can serve whatever needs arise in the future.
Okay, thank you very much. I think that's all, Madam Chair, in terms of questions. I'll have some comments when we get to that portion.
Sorry, I was having mute issues. Commissioner Colby, you can go ahead with comments now if you would like.
Okay. Per the staff report, the Planning Commission is to evaluate several different things. And one of them is the one we just touched on, which is screening of that rear property line. And I personally am comfortable with the decorative fence that's being proposed, and then let what happens on that north ultimately take place. The second that we were to consider, I think was pertaining to the parking. And I personally am comfortable with the 3 parking spaces. I would like a little bit more comment maybe from the applicant. I've had self-service rental garages before, and what you find is when people stop to do something, they typically park in front of somebody's garage, and it's a friendly thing, and if people need to move their car, they move their car. So there may be some of that. I'm curious though as to why 2/3 of those parking spaces are handicapped. Handicapped spaces obviously serve a purpose for the segment of the population, but they aren't necessarily used all the time. And that seems rather limiting to have 2 of the 3 stalls be reserved for handicapped spaces. So I'm wondering if that could at least be 1/3 of those in that manner. But I'm comfortable with the reduced parking as shown. I think it works for this kind of facility. That's the only comments I have, Madam Chair. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Davis, do you have comments?
Yeah, I have a few. I agree with Commissioner Kogler. After hearing from Roger, I don't have any concern about the north side and need for screening. I appreciated the extra information we got here tonight. And I look at this facility, I think it's very exciting. I'm going to be entering my retirement years in a few years, and I would like to be, one of the owners of a large RV, and this is probably where a lot of us would like to store that. So I think it's exciting. I don't know if it's agree, but I'm very, very sensitive to what Commissioner Gibson has mentioned about parking. If I have this beautiful RV and a place to store it rather than in my neighborhood, and I want to go clean it up or tidy it up, maybe a week or 2 in advance, I'd like to have some parking. And I express the same concern about the ratio of handicap. So I'd like to see some modifications. That's kind of where I'm coming from. But this is a really exciting project. And that will conclude my comments.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Castillo, do you have discussion on this project? Commissioner Castillo?
Sorry, can you hear me now?
Yes, now we can.
Okay, sorry. No, I don't have any. Well, the one last thing I did want to ask, because I couldn't remember if the color scheme was going to stay the same or if I heard someone say something about that the blue is not a proposed color.
That is my understanding, is that the office building would be that solid dark gray color.
Okay, that's it. I'm perfect with that. I'm happy with everything. No more questions for me for discussion.
Okay, thank you. And Commissioner Gibson, your discussion on this project?
Thank you. I think that the project is appropriate for the site. I think it fits in well. I think it's attractive. I don't have any concerns that I think they've all been addressed except for the parking. Commissioner Kogler is, I think, spot on that, having basically what I'm hearing is only 1 space for non-handicapped. I just don't see that as working long-term. And I'm thinking that, if the applicant sounded like that they were amenable, that maybe they could squeeze in a few more parking spaces somewhere. I think that would be to their benefit as well as making this a better plan. So that's the extent of my comments.
All right, thank you. I have one question for staff. It's regarding the parking issue, which I agree, really, the way it's shown now, there's only 1 kind of, if you want to call it, general purpose parking space. And the office itself appears like it has 2 workstations, 1 in a closed office and 1 at reception. So potentially there isn't even enough parking for staff. So I think that has to be resolved. But other than that, my question was of staff, when Cirrus, the new Cirrus Way, whatever its new name will be, when that street goes in, will there be parallel parking on the street allowed? Or do we know that yet?
Hi, this is David Athey, city engineer. I gotta put my glasses on here, pardon me. So looking at the plan that's on the screen, there would be limited to potentially no on-street parking. It just depends on the width. It looks to me like it's 20 feet. So in that case, there would be no on-street parking until the other side of the road is constructed.
Okay, all right, thank you. Okay, so then I concur that we do need to have some additional parking. I think our challenge there, as I understand it, is that there really is no guidance because this is a different kind of project than what the zoning code addresses. So I guess our next step would be if we could, would the applicant like to address that again and tell us what their thinking is and how we could get some more spaces and where, and I think particularly another space or two up near the office where the public would be coming in addition to those working for the facility.
Okay, this is Shanna, the architect.
Yes.
Okay, great. So in the screen as it's shown now, I agree that we can remove one of those accessible parking spaces. So take that down to one accessible space and 2 normal spaces outside of the gate. And then inside of the gate, there is an area that is just beyond the hatch mark. That's the big crosswalk that has just a couple arrows going different directions. And that may be an area that we could have 1, maybe 2, probably 1. And then if you could scroll down the page to the western property line. Perfect, that's good enough, that's good. If you go all the way down that entry drive, there's a pocket there at the end. It's sort of a dead end little spot. I could probably put maybe 2 in that area, and I may be able to push it back a little bit more to the 10-foot setback. We had some landscaping in that area, but I could probably give it a little bit deeper so that we aren't blocking access into the farther spots. I could probably get 2 there. And then let's pan over to the north side of the property. These areas are mostly spoken for infiltration areas. That's what you see the hatching for. So I don't see that there's a ton of area in that bottom corner unless I maybe can take the wedge off the corner. I might be able to, I think I'm gonna have a hard time on this side just because of the infiltration required.
Well, Sean, it's really not fair for me to ask you to design on the fly here, and that's not really my intent. But I think what we're hearing is that would you and the applicant be comfortable if we put as a requirement that a total of 6 parking spaces and not designate whether they're in front or behind the fence, but a total of 6 parking spaces be provided? It sounds from what you're saying like that could be a piece.
I believe I can make that happen. I think that we can make that happen.
Okay, all right. Okay, thank you very much. So my comments would be if we can put in the conditions of approval that there would be 6 automobile parking spaces provided and that the wording would be changed that renters may conduct minor maintenance such as cleaning and loading. And again, we have maintenance. So I think that wording would be renters may conduct cleaning and loading, and that would be changed in the conditions of approval. That would satisfy me. I think the design is extremely nice for such a facility. I have an RV and I've never had it stored anywhere that wasn't just it. So this is very nice. So I do appreciate that. All right, I think that is it for discussion. So I would be open to hear a motion on this matter.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Kugler. I'll take a shot at a motion.
Thank you.
I will move approval of draft resolution A, resolution number PC 20-A, resolution of the Planning Commission of the City of El Paso Robles, approving plan development 20-10 and conditional use permit 20-03, 3900 Dry Creek Road, with changes to the conditions to include a total of 6 parking spaces within the site to serve users, designed to be determined by the applicant in coordination with city staff. Then under item number 10, I would suggest that the wording change to say that renters may conduct cleaning, loading, and unloading activities of their privately owned boats, trailers, and other recreational vehicles. I would strike more significant and just say maintenance shall be conducted off-site, period, and then let the rest of the sentence, no rental spaces, can continue the way it is. So it would take out all of the maintenance completely. And with that would be my suggested motion.
All right.
I second that.
And second by Commissioner Davis. So moved by Commissioner Kogler, second by Commissioner Davis. May we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Kogler?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Aye.
Motion passes 5-0.
Thank you. And this will be a very nice project. Thank you for bringing it to our city. Give me just a moment while I reshuffle papers. All right. Item number 3 on our agenda is Plan Development PD 20-04, 1145 Niblick Road. 1145 Niblick Road LLC for Almond Acres. May we have the staff report, please?
Yes, Madam Chair, members of the commission. This is Darren Nash, City Planner, making the presentation on this project tonight. As you mentioned, before you is a development plan for the Almond Acres Charter Academy. This is a site located at 1145 Niblick Road. It has been the site of a church for many years. The church has a few buildings and a parking lot area, roughly taking up about a quarter of this site. So up before you at this time is the site plan. To the right would be Niblick Road. To the north is a neighborhood, Rosemary Drive. Further to the north would be Creston Road. So this site would be developed with the campus, basically about a 32,000 square foot building, would have outdoor field area at the rear of the property, and then a circulation drive around the property with the parking mainly in the back with some parking in the front of the building, between the building and the road. Just trying to get the slide to change here. So there was an addendum that was issued later this afternoon with some public comments that we received, as well as a letter from the applicant team responding to some of the conditions of approval with the staff report. A letter from Mrs. O'Meara, who's a neighbor of the project, and then we did receive a letter from the school district later this afternoon as well. With this project, there is the decision early on of, do you call it a public school, do you call it a private school? So the city's been working with Almond Acres for a number of years throughout the city, trying to find a site that worked out for them and also worked with the zoning. This is probably at least the fourth site that the city has worked with this project team with over the years. It has been determined that the charter school is considered a public school. And as we look at the zoning code and the policies of the zoning code and general plan, public schools are permitted in residentially zoned properties. So the zoning code would allow a public school in this R1 zone, and then the site development, including building plan check, will be go through the city's permitting process. The zoning code does require that a development plan be processed, and that's why we are here this evening. This project has been submitted as a development plan. A development plan is required for any buildings that are over 10,000 square feet. So the applicant team has put together the plans that are provided to you tonight to address the development plan requirement. As part of the development plan process, the project comes in, staff reviews the project, distributes the project to the various city departments to a point where we deem the project complete. Once we've deemed the project complete, or in the timing of that completeness review, we do take the project to the Development Review Committee. And as you know, the DRC is a subcommittee of the Planning Commission, so some of you have seen this project at a prior DRC meeting. This project was reviewed on August 25th, as well as on September 13th by the DRC. The main items of discussion with those DRC meetings were focused on parking for the project, the fencing, or the applicant's request to not provide fencing around the perimeter of the site, which was an item of discussion. And then there was discussion about security of the project, and then lighting was also a main topic of discussion, and how the lighting of the project could impact some of the surrounding residences, since this site is an infill site and is located in a manner where existing residential, predominantly backyards, back up to this site. Discussing parking for the project, the parking ordinance and the zoning code does not specifically address schools. It does indicate that as a project's reviewed, whether it's a site plan review that goes to the DRC or something that comes up to the Planning Commission, that through that development plan or that discretionary review, that the parking be discussed and the number of parking spaces be determined with the review of the project. So the number of on-site parking spaces is something that should be discussed tonight. The applicants have provided 64 parking spaces initially. After the DRC review, they added an additional 16 spaces for a total of 80 spaces in response to some of the DRC questions on the number of parking spaces. So tonight, I think that should be an item of discussion. I think the applicant team can discuss with their presentation the parking, the rationale for the number of spaces based on employees, the demand for the number of parking spaces and why they came up with the number they did. And then I know there's been some questions about the 16 additional spaces. Are they parking that's available at all times or just during events? So I think the applicant team can give us more clarification on their proposal for those parking spaces. This slide, titled Added Parking Spaces, is showing that the proposed additional 16 parking spaces from the initial 64 are shown to be located at this northwest corner of the site. The lettering in red, I know it's probably hard for you to read on your screen, but those are the areas that the applicants are showing those additional parking spaces. So we'll have them address that further during their presentation. Another item that was discussed even prior to the application being submitted was what the project would do in relation to perimeter fencing. This site, as you can see from these photos, a majority of the site is just open fields. The church project that's been there for years has only taken up a minor portion of the site. So over the years, as the residential neighborhoods are developed around this project, which the residential has been there for many years, you can see that there's a mismatch of fencing types around the perimeter of the project. This project came in initially with the intent of not providing perimeter fencing. That was something that staff had some concern over and was discussed at the DRC about the fencing plan. So we'll let the applicants provide some additional information on that. There is a condition of approval that that fencing be provided, that it be either a wood type residential type fence with trim caps, or probably a better material would be like a cement board or hardy board type product that is out there that could be used, that's more of a residential type. A lot of times chain link with slats is a common proposed fencing type for non-residential projects. We want to take in consideration the existing neighborhoods and kind of what would be up against their fencing, or if there isn't fencing. So if it is a chain link type product, the condition indicates that it be a kind of a vinyl coated chain link fence with a vinyl slat, and the final colors of those types of fences could be looked at a future DRC meeting at the time when we review building permits. But that is one of the items that the applicants addressed in their letter. And I believe they indicated that they will discuss further what their thoughts are for providing a fence plan. So we'll listen to the applicant's presentation and see what they have in mind with fencing, and then we can discuss further this condition number 6. Then another item that was discussed was lighting. So I know staff has had a concern about lighting, been working with quite a bit with the applicants, probably tired of me asking about lighting, but lighting is important, and especially when we have a boundary between a project that's more commercial in nature with tall light standards backed up against residential. So the answer to the lighting question by the applicant team was really a photometric plan showing the results of the light, or the effect of the light standards based on their spacing and based on the height. And staff understands photometric plans and appreciates this information. But the concern that staff has still relies on the height of the poles. The applicants are proposing a 20-foot tall light standard. Those are standards that are similar to what you would see in a Walmart parking lot, or something that's very tall or taller than is necessary. And we want to discuss that further tonight, because even though these photometrics are showing that the light on the ground, the effect of the light would be predominantly not on the residential properties surrounding it. With a 20-foot pole in a backyard, you're going to be looking straight up at the lens, and that is a concern. And it would seem that lowering the heights of those poles to somewhere around maybe 12 to 16 feet tall would be have a lot less of an effect on the rear yards of those residential yards. So we can discuss that further in the presentation after we hear from the applicants as well. Get the next slide, please. This is part of the cross-section that was provided by the applicant. And in the upper right-hand corner, you see the style of light being proposed. They've indicated, the plans indicate a shield. There really hasn't been an effective cut sheet showing how the shielding is applied to this light fixture. So I think more information needs to be provided there. But if you look at the cross section, you can see the rest building on the left is the school building, and then you have the drive aisle, then you have the landscape buffer there, and then you can see the 20-foot pole, and then less than 8 feet or so beyond the light fixture is that rear yard. So while the photometrics show that the effect of the light is going to go down, the height of that light, and if you're standing in that backyard and looking right up at that lens, that's the concern. And having a lower light standard is what staff would like to see happen. Next slide, please. And we do have a lighting condition here that talks about working with the applicant after, at the time, building permits or building plans are shown, working with them on a lower light fixture. If it's something that they think the 20-foot pole is necessary, then I think what staff would like to see happen is going out to the site and putting up one of the light standards. And it may not be the final light standard. I understand installing it to remove it doesn't make sense, but I think that providing a 20-foot tall pole with a light source in the location that they're proposing, I think we can get a better idea of the effects of that light before we install all of the light fixtures. And that's the intent of that condition. The city received a letter from the Paso Robles School District earlier today. They have brought up some concerns with some sections of the mitigated negative declaration that was processed for this project. In general, they had some concern about mainly construction and the impacts of the construction of this project and how it would relate to the nearby schools. Winfred Pfeiffer on Creston Road is fairly close to this project. And then we've got the high school down further to the west on Midlick. They were concerned that the environmental document did not specifically address how noise would impact the Winfred Pfeiffer School, basically noise from construction equipment and how it would impact the school and the studying there at that school. Same with dust. And then they also had some concern with construction-related traffic in relation to the schools as well. So in terms of noise, this project will be required to comply with the city's noise ordinance. The noise ordinance has language that talks about the hours in which construction can take place and the types of equipment that are utilized and also the ability to work with the city staff in a situation where construction noise may need to go outside those 7 a.m. through 7 p.m. timelines. So we have the information within the ordinances to deal with noise and how it impacts surrounding areas, but construction does create noise, and staff would feel that the noise ordinance could address noise from construction. The same kind of goes with dust. The staff refers to the county air pollution control district guidelines for mitigation measures and conditions of approval related to dust control. The project does not meet the thresholds based on the size and the number of students to require a air pollution control study. That is why the environmental document did not have specific mitigation for dust. However, conditions of approval related to dust control and vehicles coming in the site with aggregate materials, how all that's related, the conditions are within the conditions of approval. And if you read through those, it really does address dust and making sure that the construction managers and the project is responsible for having a water truck on site, taking care of dust and on site and off site as well. And then in terms of traffic and related to construction traffic in relation to the schools, generally construction traffic and traffic to and from the site for a construction project happens outside of the peak times of when the roads are busy for getting to and from the schools. So we feel that that's been addressed as well. But on any of these, we'd be happy to rely on to discuss more further. We are available. City Engineer David Athey is here to discuss this request as well as other circulation and traffic related questions that may come up from this staff report. Dave.
Thank you, Darren. David Athey, City Engineer, just going to talk a little bit about the school district letter, and they brought up two different comments, page 4 of 8. The first comment was, or discusses the fact that there is no cumulative analysis of the traffic impacts for the project. The city's traffic impact study guidelines only require projects that are not specific plans or general plan amendments to do only analyze into the near term and existing plus project conditions. So in this case, near term is out 8 years, and this is consistent with what recent projects at 1401 Creston Road, the apartment complex that was across from Winifred Pfeiffer, and also other projects throughout the city. The second issue that was brought up by the school district letter is the potential impacts on neighborhoods around the several schools in that area, and it talks about it's a saturated geographical area. I believe they're referring to traffic volumes. We really look at each project and where the impacts will occur, and we believe it was at the intersections that were analyzed in the report. And I do have the traffic engineer that completed the report who is here and can also talk about how the report was put together, what was analyzed, and the conclusions that were derived from that. Turn it back over to Darren.
Thanks, David. So tonight, the Planning Commission is being asked to review these 4 options. Option 1 would be to approve the project by approving the draft mitigated negative declaration and approving the resolution approving the development plan, subject to the site conditions of approval. The Planning Commission would also have the opportunity to approve option 2, which would be to approve the project with modifications, or 3, refer the project back to staff and the DRC for additional analysis, or 4, to deny the project with adopted findings. And with that, I would be happy to answer any questions. We did get a letter from the applicant who has requested some modifications to some of the conditions of approval. I am prepared to kind of go through those specific conditions, but I believe probably the best thing to do would have the applicant provide their presentation. And then at some point when the chair would like to go through those condition requests, we can do that and have some slides to show that. But with that, I'd be happy to answer any questions.
All right, thank you, Darren. So I will go around the commissioners for questions of staff. Commissioner Kobler.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have a lot of questions on this, and it's hard to decipher which category to put these in, whether they're staff or the applicant or whomever. So maybe a couple of quick comments along the way. I think it would help me, maybe more than just me, if the applicant in their presentation would make sure and thoroughly discuss the circulation in and around this and how it actually works, all of the different arrivals and departures that are occurring with teachers and buses and everything else. and to identify how many school buses we're talking about and how many of the students will be bused in versus coming in other ways. So I'm not going to ask questions on those kind of things. I would just ask that maybe that be addressed as a part of this. I do have a lead-off question, I think, for staff that stems from the comments that were just offered about the school district's letter. And I'm just curious and want to make sure that staff is comfortable that the points that were raised don't warrant further detailed analysis or review by staff prior to us taking action tonight. Are you comfortable, staff, that the conditions that are outlined here do in fact address the points that were raised relative to noise and dust and impacts of construction and so forth?
Yes, Commissioner Kogler, with the conditions of approval that have been included in the resolution for the development plan, with the dust conditions and related to the dust, and along with the noise ordinance, and then as David mentioned, some of the circulation questions, we feel that the development plan and the conditions of approval and the mitigated negative declaration that is proposed has adequately addressed those. But we'd be happy to address those further. If there's further questions from the Planning Commission, we'd be happy to discuss further.
Okay, thank you. And again, I'm not sure how to categorize some of these things because some of these questions are specific to the traffic report. Some of my questions are plan review questions, and some of them stem from the staff report itself. So maybe I'll just stick with the staff report, and then as opportunities present themselves later in our discussion, interject some of the others. I'm curious on the staff report on page 87, kind of in the middle of that page, it talks about 3 to 4 special events being held per year, include carpooling and bus transportation. And the next sentence says, this is a program that is currently used. Simply stating that there's carpooling and bus transportation really doesn't constitute a program. So I'm curious to know if staff knows, or again, maybe this is deferred for the applicant, how does all of that work? Is there some kind of a management plan, as I think staff talked about, which I think was refuted a bit by the letter that we received this afternoon, or how in fact does that actually occur and get managed? Similarly, in that same general area, and I'll just put these two out there right now, it talks about the next bullet point with Almond Acres is proposing, it starts that way, talks about the school will attempt to provide pickup and drop-off areas to least impact the existing patterns in the city. I don't have any idea what that means. That's such a broad statement. So I think some clarification of what they're actually going to attempt to do to provide those pickup and drop-off areas would be most helpful.
That's understood,
Sorry.
Commissioner Kogler. I think that letting the applicant kind of express their project and how this came out of their response to some of the DRC comments. So I think that part of their presentation should be to kind of go through these and address those, and then those items were included in a condition of approval, condition number 8. And I do think that there's some elimination of some of the language there that isn't appropriate for a condition of approval. It was just some narrative that came from the applicant team letter. And I understand that cleaning that condition number 8 up would be worth discussing further in this project.
Okay. I think, Madam Chair, what I'd like to do is simply put one more general question of staff out there, and then maybe defer the rest of my questions till after there's an applicant presentation, because it may cover some of these, and then it's necessary to get into plan review questions and traffic report questions as well. In the staff report on page 87, it states that the commission needs to approve findings that the project is compatible with the surrounding, and I would insert residential uses. And a general question I would have is, do the findings that we see in our draft resolution be on pages 105 and 106? In staff's view, provide those recommended findings, or is it incumbent upon the commission tonight to add to that?
So the findings for the development plan start on page 105. Section 2, and the intent is that those findings if the Planning Commission wishes to approve this resolution approving the development plan, these findings have been set up to give the Planning Commission the ability to do that. But it's certainly the Commission's purview to modify or add to those findings if the Planning Commission would like to add or take away any of those that language.
Commissioner Kogler, did you have any other questions?
I think, Madam Chair, I'm going to put a bookmark in my other questions and comments for now and come back to those as appropriate, so as not to take too much time at the beginning and allow my fellow commissioners to get some of their initial questions in. So thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis.
Yes, thank you. I have quite a few questions, and much like Mark, I'm wondering kind of which one should I ask now and save for later. I perceive we'll be talking about parking and circulation, but I do have a couple of questions that maybe will help the applicant in their presentation add some clarification. And it has to do, it's a subset of circulation. It actually has, one of my questions has to do with pedestrian circulation on the campus. Seeing that a lot of the parking is back deep into the lot, just, walkways and lighting and just pedestrian circulation. I know we'll be talking about automobile circulation a little bit later, and we'll have some questions on that. But that's one thing I'd like to hear a little bit more about. And I do have a question, Darren, maybe you can help me out, and I think it's more of a timeline question. I respect the concern for noise, the construction noise during, the construction process. I'm a teacher, Cal Poly, a lot of construction, so I understand what it's like in terms of interference in the classroom. I totally respect that. So, what I had to deal with is it's temporary, but let me ask you this, what is the timeline? How long would that construction noise indeed occur?
No, I think that's a good question for the applicant to address what their time schedule is for construction.
Okay, that's fair. And I have another question that maybe I think it came out of the architect's letter. There was mention of 2 concrete paths connecting to Creston Road, and I couldn't figure that out. I don't think that meant sidewalks, but maybe it did. I don't know where that was depicted in the materials. Can you clarify, or do you want them to do that in their presentation?
Yeah, I think the applicant would be best to describe their site planning and how they plan on addressing that pedestrian circulation that you have questions on.
Okay, and again, knowing that we're going to talk about parking circulation a little bit later, but this is just kind of a general question in the back of my mind. As a parent, a teacher, a resident, if this campus doesn't have the sports related facilities, what is the vision and what is the transportation for them to partake in them elsewhere in the community? I'd like to know a little bit about that. And then one quick question was with the trash receptacles I think there's just one that I could see. Is this enough? I think maybe that might be something that you could help me out with, Darren. Is that typical for the size of this kind of project?
I think that's a good question for the architect. I think, like some of the questions about the architect and designing schools and what's necessary. The zoning code doesn't have any criteria for how large trash is for different uses. It's really up to the designers to determine what is necessary for the use.
I do know that there were some comments or concerns about the noise and the scheduling of trash. So maybe that can come out in the presentation as well. And I do think you can help me out with the multi-purpose room. Is it fully enclosed? I got a little confused with the diagrams. Or does it have an open air component?
The large building in the center is an enclosed building, but I'll let the applicants discuss what activities happen in which building.
Okay, well, hopefully I've helped them out in their making some explanations. I look forward to hearing these kinds of answers. That'll do it for now. I don't want to take up too much time. Want my fellow commissioners to get their 2 cents in.
All right, thank you, Commissioner Davis. Commissioner Castillo, do you have questions of staff?
No, Madam Chair, I was on the DRC for this, and I know this school very well. My children used to attend this school when it was in San Miguel, which it still is in the past. I could just say that I'm very impressed with what the design has come out to look. I could also say that I know that they've been looking for a property for a very long time, and I think that they've done a very good job at implementing a school in an area like this and blending in very well. I do also feel that we should hear out the applicant's presentation because there are some minor updates that they've done that I'd like to see in their presentation, and that's all I have.
Commissioner Gibson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I actually have quite a few questions as well. So I'll try and ask questions I think they're more appropriate for staff, and then listen to the applicant and ask my applicant questions. But there was a condition in regards to the parking, and it indicated that there was going to be a neighborhood parking plan. The language that was used, and this is on page 90 primarily, also page 112, said that the plan was going to be done by staff and it was going to avoid any impact on the neighborhoods for parking. So I just was a little taken back on the word avoid, because that seems to me an impossibility. Now I'm just wondering, what is the proposed elements of the neighborhood parking plan, and what is the expected outcome of that and the timing for that to be done?
And Commissioner Gibson, I believe you're referring to condition number 21 on page 112.
112, and also it's referenced on page 90.
That's the condition on the traffic management plan.
Hi, Commissioner Gibson. This is David Athey, city engineer. Condition 21 really applies to site circulation and ongoing events. It's not really meant to be a parking plan. If the commission desires, they could add that element to condition 21, but it is really meant as a way of setting up a monitoring program so we can get a clue of how parking how circulation is working on the site for pickup and drop off and for special events. I mean, we could say that is the parking issue, but they were looking at using an off-site space somewhere in the city and then busing people in for special events. They've also talked about staggering those, let's just call it a back to school night or something like that for the 5 through 8 or the 6 through 8 and the K through 5. So I think that the applicant would be able to really give you an idea of what their special events are and how they're going to stagger it. But if you wanted to add an element in here on a parking plan to condition 21, that would be fine, and we could incorporate that.
Okay. These are kind of just because they're in categories, so I'm skipping categories. So in regards to the plot, the actual existing layout of the land, there's a fairly severe drop off in the back of the property. Can you refresh my memory how much the property drops back there from the front?
I want to say it was brought up at the DRC, and the engineer at the time indicated, I want to say somewhere around 12 feet.
Okay. So my thought in listening to the discussion, Darren, is that from a twofold perspective, you know, and again, when I was at DRC twice for both the meetings, and I didn't realize they had dropped that far off, but I had made the comment that, you know, when I walked the site, and I all of a sudden realized that there was a significant drop off. So from two perspectives of that being brought up, or that you mentioned in your presentation, first, what is your thoughts on what's going to happen with the height of a fence when, I mean, some sites, in fact, some neighborhood parcels had the neighbors didn't have a back fence, but you could see that their backyard was a good, 7, 8, 9 feet higher than what you'd be looking at. I mean, in the side. So what is the thoughts on building a fence back there that creates security considerations for the students?
I think the discussion of the fencing is one that staff is wanting the Planning Commission to have. I know the applicants have, as part of their presentation, we'll discuss fencing. So maybe after the applicants describe how they plan to address the condition related to fencing, we can discuss it further. But I think staff's intent would there be a common material perimeter fence along the backs, along the perimeter of the property. We're open to discussion related to topography, and if it remains at the toe of the slope or at the top of the slope, I think that's something that we can get into a little further, or maybe even part of the fencing plan that comes back for review. But the original project was not proposing any fencing, and I think that's what staff is trying to address. So in terms of your questions on how it relates to topography, I think having the civil engineer help with that to answer those questions is probably the best way to start with that question.
Okay, so I was listening to this and reading the material, and I have the advantage of having seen this now for a couple of months, so I've had a little more time to think about some of this, but it just seemed like we put up a 6-foot fence that's not even going to come to the base of the backyard of some of the neighbors. So it's like, I honestly don't know what the solution is, but let me move on. So same sort of question, or in the same vein, you have a 8 or 10 or 12-foot drop, and then you put in a 20-foot pole. Wouldn't that almost make the lights at the back to be eye level from the backyards?
The cross sections that the applicants provided, I think, will help with that, and I would have the applicants address that by showing the cross sections and answering the questions in relation to the heights of the lights in relation to the rear yards.
Okay, thank you. Let's move on to, it was triggered by the letter we received today from the applicant's representative. And it brought up something that seemed to be a question of legal, a legal question, in that we'll summarize that the applicant's representative stated something to the effect that we agree to disagree, and we'll have the city council address any sort of development impact fees. But the words that they're using, is basically saying that they're arguing that they don't, as a school, they don't owe development fees. And yet it would seem, and then what's being proposed is that they would actually pay some impact fees. So am I missing something, or maybe you can educate me? Is there a difference between impact fees and development fees?
Impact fees and development impact fees are the same thing. So with this project, the conditions included with the development plan are that there is a requirement to pay the city's development impact fees. The applicants have indicated that at some point in the future, they would like to go to the city council and talk with them, the ability to work with the council on fees. But that's not something that has happened prior to this meeting. And that's not something the Planning Commission has the ability to discuss with the applicant. So they're indicating in their letter that they understand the condition and will accept the condition with the approval of the project. And then if they decide they would like to go to the city council, that's something they can discuss with the city council at a later date.
Okay, so I'm actually circling and trying to drill down to, that there's a concern, and I think a large concern about the both the circulation and the parking, and the parking as it relates to the circulation and traffic patterns. And then there was, I believe, a condition saying that the applicant would be paying a certain percentage, and I forget what the percentage is. It's not really relevant to my question, but would be paying fair share for the cost of the improvement, I believe, for the intersection of Niblick and Creston. So is that fair share also would be included in the idea of not paying any development fees?
I think paying the impact fees, no matter what the share is what they're concerned about or not concerned about, or what they would like to discuss with the city council.
Okay, all right. So, David, a couple of questions for you. I think this is probably in your area of expertise. So there was a proposal that there's going to be an attempt to help mitigate the traffic and the circulation that would be around this school, of having a U-turn. So I guess my understanding, and correct me if I misspoken or misspeak, is that as you're going west towards Country Club Lane, that the traffic would be allowed to do a U-turn and head back eastbound. Is that correct?
Hi, Commissioner. Yes, essentially the signal at Country Club would be modified to allow U-turns at that location for passenger cars, and that would be restricted to certain hours of the day, basically the school operation hours, and as a way of not having cars go into the side streets, do U-turns, and then pull back in the signal. It would be basically modify the existing infrastructure to allow U-turns during those school drop-off and pickup time periods.
Okay. So, and then specifically, do I understand you to say, David, that the signal would then have like some sort of a U-turn signal, or would we have to change the signalization there, or is it we'd have to lengthen or do something so that people were actually able to do a U-turn and not have to confront the head-on traffic that's already coming from the west moving to the east?
That's a great question, and that's one of the things we'll have to look at when we look at that signal and look at the timing, the existing timing. When they come in, they'll have to come in with a plan to tell us how they're going to modify that signal to make that work. We're going to work closely with them. We have the signal timing and all the information. It could be as simple as just adding, you've probably seen them before, a U-turn sign with instructions on it, some kind of written, between a certain time and passenger cars only, etc. Or it could mean a signal, a specific signal time just for that green left turn and U-turn.
Okay. So you said that you're going to be working with them. So is this actually then a condition that is included? And if so, who would pay for that? Because it sounds like the applicant is not being asked to pay for anything.
Yes, that would be the responsibility of the applicant, and that is condition 19.
And that is not considered an impact fee?
That is a traffic impact mitigation and is not considered a fee. The fee is for the impacts at Niblick Road in the near term, Niblick and Creston, in the near term with the Beechwood or the Olson South Chandler project.
Okay. So moving on to the, just a clarification on it's titled the Draft Transportation Impact Study dated June 2020. It's on page 257 of our packet. This is the first time I've actually seen any traffic study. So I'd like to ask a couple of questions in regards to that. First of all, maybe the more obvious one, this says it's a draft study. Is there a final study, or is there going to be a final study?
Yes, we have the final study for the project.
We have the final. Is it changed from the draft study?
No, it essentially is the same as the draft study with minor editorial cleanup.
Okay. All right. Okay. So I think last question for now is can I get a clarification about the circulation from the ingress and outgress pattern? So on page 95, it identifies that the traffic pattern is going to be counterclockwise. And I guess it just kind of depends on, I guess, where you stand to know if it's counterclockwise or not. I'm looking at the large map, and I appreciate the plans or the prints. I'm looking at sheet number A090.1. This is the same set we actually had. It was given to us, I think, the second DRC meeting. I'm looking at that, and correct me if I'm wrong. I'm just trying to understand the ingress and egress, so I understand the circulation on and off Niblick Road. So according to what I'm looking at, the entrance is on the east side, and it says exit, which is on the west side, and the exit is on the east side. Is that correct?
Yes, the exit's on the east and the entrance is on the west.
Okay.
And so that just to interject a little bit, that sets up what we consider a clockwise flow around the site, which is important from the standpoint is when you want to set up school circulation so that students get out on the passenger side onto a sidewalk, rather than coming in on the east side, which would set us up for passengers getting out on the landscape side and then having to walk in front of the cars. So that's
right.
That's why it was set up in this configuration.
Okay, so that I guess answers part of my question. I just want to maybe pose this. So if cars are trying to figure out how to get into this site, and the traffic study said that there's going to be significant number of vehicles trying to come in, especially in the morning, I would tend to think that the cars would come in heading westbound, so they would turn right and then wouldn't have to try to cross traffic. In any event, it would seem that the westbound cars would queue up in front of the school waiting to turn into the driveway. And wouldn't they then block the exit of the east driveway such that people couldn't get out?
Well, that is a potential. However, the way this is set up is that this we follow the FHWA guidelines for school site drop-off and pickup areas. So they have about 1,000 feet of space of queuing for cars, which will fit about 47 passenger vehicles if you assume they're 20 feet long, which is actually about 3 foot longer than your average pickup truck.
Excuse me, kind of stop. Say, what's the frontage again?
The length of drop-off and pickup area around this site is 1,000 feet. So that fits right. I'm sorry.
I'm looking at my plans, and it says it's only 232 feet.
Well, maybe
which would accommodate roughly 20 cars. And
I'm sorry. I'm talking about drop-off, pickup, and the queuing area on the entire site. So we look at not just the drop-off, pickup, but after you've dropped off the student, then you would head to the north and on this drawing, or to the left of what you see on the screen, and then travel around the site.
Right. No, I fully appreciate that comment. I guess my thought when I was reading and trying to study and understand the traffic flow is, if vehicles are going to do what I think they're going to do, because they're going to, just like at the high school, you're going to try and not cross traffic. If at all possible, people are going to try and be traveling westbound. And if that's the case, they're going to be queuing up, trying to turn right into the area. So I was just kind of curious as to why you would pick the driveway that was picked. I understand what you're saying. But again, I guess I'll just leave it there. I think that's going to create a problem where I don't think people are going to think they're going to struggle to get out. So with that,
sure, certainly, and I'd like to address that. So we looked at where the students are located, their current set of students, and they're basically all over the city, plus the North County and one or two over off the coast. And so we looked at traffic routing. How do we think people are going to get here based on their locations, and also the busing. And so the split is about 60-40. 60% of the trips will be coming from or going eastbound, so towards the east, and 40% will be going westbound. And so in order to get that, if this project site was on the south side of the road, this would work perfectly. So, but we're on the north, and we have to get those children out of their car onto a sidewalk without crossing in front of other cars. This is probably the most optimal setup we have for the site. Eastbound cars, if they have to stack and wait to get in, there's the center turn lane on Niblick Road. And cars coming from the going westbound will have an end, and they're proposing to have 6 different traffic monitors to move cars through this area. Figure 3 on the in the traffic impact report talks about where the different drop-off zones are, and so drop-off zone number 3, which is at the bottom of the screen, kind of in the middle, that's for buses only. So most cars will have to go by there, and drop-off area number 1, which is K through 4, is directly behind the school. So the parents will essentially bypass and won't be able to drop off until they get, for the really young kids, until the middle of the school. And then they'll make their way around and go out. And then the drop-off zones for 5 through 8 is on the upper portion of the school site, and so there's lots of queuing there for both the K through 4 and the 5 through 8, and that's how we really tried. Thank you. That's why we really tried to maximize. This is where it says zone 1 and zone 2. We really tried to maximize how much queuing can go on, and that's also the purpose of the I think it's condition 21 is to come up with those operational, how they're going to operate this and how they're going to monitor it, and really work with the city on making changes and really optimizing, keeping, because I have the same concern. I don't want people turning right into the school site, stacking on Niblick Road. So we're going to work with them to make sure that doesn't occur. And they have additional space on the site to stack cars if their first circulation pattern doesn't work. So that's kind of like the long answer, but we really looked hard at this because we want to really make sure that we don't get the right turn stacking on Niblick. Because I agree that would be bad. There will be some weaving for folks because they have to turn right out of the site. However, I think it'll work in this case just because you'll have gaps in traffic. On this end of town, the volumes are less than they were. If this was like right next to the high school, we'd have a significant challenge. But since this is further east, the volumes drop significantly at this location. But we're still concerned about it, and that's why we've set it up so that you have to go deep into the site before you can drop off a student.
Okay, last question. This should be pretty quick. What are the peak hours where the heaviest traffic flow on Niblick?
That's a great question, and we have I have actually a figure. I've been dying to show this to people because I've been working so long on Niblick Road. Okay, so this is traffic. This is a graph of traffic volumes on Niblick, just east of Appaloosa. So it's not entirely near the site, but I think it gives you a good idea. I looked at the graph for the Niblick Bridge, and it's essentially the same. It's just a little different. But as you can see here, 2 a.m. we've got, I think it's 5 cars when we counted this. So as time goes on in the morning starts, people start waking up and going to work. You can see by that first peak, and these numbers, each dot or a square or a diamond represents a full hour. And so that's just the point. It's a tabulation. We've tabulated like the full hour, but cars are spread out throughout that whole hour. So as you get closer to 8 o'clock, your volumes really start to peak, and that makes sense. That's right near the high school. That's when the most traffic occurs. And so what we've done is we've worked with the applicant to really shift their school start times to avoid that peak and avoid adding to that the number of vehicles, both on Niblick by their site and down by, Niblick farther down. And this is one of our main problems as a society is we all go to work, and everybody experiences this. Most people go to work at 8 a.m. or have to be there, and they get off at 5. And you can see it on this graph. If you look over to the right, 5 p.m., you can see the eastbound traffic, the blue line, peaks and then drops off significantly. Even in the next hour, the traffic volumes start dropping. So the idea, and going back a little bit now, is to offset the start times and end times so that we don't have traffic from this school interacting with Liberty and the high school and the other schools around it to the extent we can. I have talked to the principal at the high school. They do plan on implementing the new state law of starting at 8:30. They're currently exploring that, looking at it in terms of they have till 2022-23 school year to do it. So we'll be working closely with the applicant and the high school on making sure that the times that are chosen to start and stop work. And the Almond Acres have been very accommodating, and they understand it. And I think this is going to make a big difference, not having the same start and stop times.
Okay. All right. Thank you, David. Madam Chair, that's all my questions for now. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you. David, would you go back to the site plan we were just looking at? Actually, the one with the comments that you had? Yeah, that's the one. There's 4 or 5 or 6 notes on here that say consider this or consider that change. What is the status of those, and whose comments are those? Those are, looks like they're from the traffic engineer. What's the status of those?
So a lot of those comments have been worked out with the applicant. Like for instance, consider the one-way angle with angled parking. The site plan you see before you is consistent. We've decided not to go that way. These were comments in the TIS, the traffic impact study, because we wanted to talk with them about that. So some of these, that was part of the editorial part. Some of these have been incorporated into their site plan already. Some we've decided that they aren't needed.
All right, thank you. And then this was really helpful when you started telling us about the circulation on the site and and as well as its implications adjacent on Niblick. Is there any further discussion, anything else you can offer us for that to understand this site circulation?
Yeah, I think another important part, a problem I have at the high school is the left turns. That I've seen it really just basically stop traffic. And so we worked real hard with the applicant, and they've agreed that we're going to limit left turns out of the out portion and just limit those to right turns. And that's why we have the U-turn ability down at Country Club Lane, is to not create a clog right at the school and to get that traffic spread out and going on its way, instead of, creating jams and, basically if we had people trying to take a left turn out across two busy lanes of traffic on Niblick, it would back up traffic and cause the problem that we've been discussing, which is the queuing on Niblick Road for those right turns into the western driveway. So I think that's an important one. The other is just that their commitment to traffic management on their site. That is another important one, and will be incorporated into condition 21 as we work with them if it's approved. That is an important one that that they make sure that they keep traffic flowing and that people don't stop, get out of their car, run in to do some business. If they need to do that, then they need to go, park and walk in and do their business at the school.
Okay, thank you. There's reference in the staff report to overflow parking versus regular parking. What does that mean? How does the parking space know if it's overflow or regular?
So the applicants have provided the project. It's evolved related to parking as it's gone through the two DRC meetings. And this project that's coming before you tonight proposes the 64 parking spaces, which are shown as to be paved permanent spaces. Then the applicants are showing the additional 16 for a total of 80. So as I mentioned earlier, I think having the applicants explain that specific situation and how they address overflow parking versus permanent parking, I'd like for the applicant to answer that question, and then we can discuss further.
Okay, well, let's go to the applicant then. Please tell us who is speaking to represent the project. And also, would you let us know who is the California licensed architect, who's architect of record? Because everything I see is from Florida.
Hi, how are you doing? This is Parrish Dyer. I represent the construction management team for Almond Acres. And the architect is David Wallace, and he's licensed in the state of California.
Greetings. This is Bob Borgo, and I'm assuming we could go ahead and introduce our team and the project and move forward, or should I wait for somebody else to speak?
No, go ahead. It's you have the floor.
Hi, thank you. Thank you very much to the city planners and the commissioners. Appreciate your time tonight and all of the time and effort you've already put into our project. We're very grateful. As many of you are aware, our project really started 10 years ago with families who wanted to open a charter school and have an alternative to public education in Paso Robles. We were unable to secure the petition in Paso Robles, so San Miguel opened up its doors. They had space on campus, so we moved in. And within a couple of 3 years, we recognized that our capacity was limited. We started with 150 students. We grew to 300 within a couple of years, and we ran out of power. We ran out of buildings. We ran out of space to construct. So at that point, we started looking for properties in San Miguel and Paso Robles, had an agreement with both districts to relocate the school in either city, depending on what we could find. So as Darren mentioned earlier in the meeting, we looked at various projects, properties. There were at least 7 around the city of Paso Robles, few in San Miguel, just because either the zoning or the safety of the site wasn't conducive to a school. So we finally locked in on this property. It actually ends up being really excellent as a central location to the families in Paso Robles, of which about 65% of the students who come to Almond Acres live in Paso Robles. And then additionally, throughout every town and city in the North County, we have students coming in. So that desire and need to relocate the school, to provide a new innovative approach to public education and to make it more available to the families in the North County has been our drive. And we've spent the past few years past 2 years looking at this site, developing the plans, working with the city, working with different agencies in the city, as well as our construction team. We're super excited that just recently our petition was approved by the County Office of Education. So in lieu of being a district authorized school, we will now be a county authorized school, which means the authorization, jurisdiction, and oversight would come from the County Office of Education, which to me is exciting because it broadens our scope a little bit to serve more families in the North County. Instead of not that we wouldn't serve other families as well in North County, but having the jurisdiction come from the county office just gives us more breadth of scope in the project. Mentioned that so many families are coming from the North County, but what we've done to mitigate as much as possible the traffic issues, which we all know are concerning, is, as you saw on the map, the circulation around the entire perimeter. If I'm not mistaken, Javier can correct me, but that'll take at least 100 cars onto the property and off the street. Additionally, our busing system will have 2 buses. We currently have 1. They carry 80 students. So I would say on average, we'd be carrying 150 students a day on 2 buses, which would again reduce the amount of traffic. Being local to so many homes will also allow students to walk to school or ride their bike to school. And then traditionally in our program, we have encouraged to a great degree carpooling, and the cooperation that we've had from families to work together to help bring our kids to school has been tremendous. We have used a variety of different mitigating personnel to make sure our traffic has a strong, safe flow, and to monitor the ingress and the egress components of the property. So we've already been doing that on our current property. We would continue to staff that the same way and meet those needs. So I guess, that's basically my introduction. I hope I answered a couple more of the questions that came up over the past hour's conversation. And lastly, we've met with various neighbors. We have provided both written and a virtual meeting for the neighbors in the area. And pleased to say there has only been 1 negative comment or remark from the neighbors that are surrounding the school. So we're pleased. We see the county supporting the effort, the County Office of Education, our 2 supervisors, our city council, our sheriff, and numerous businesses, and we'll say up to 350 families in the community who can be served by this project. So again, thank you. I'm Bob Borgo. I'm the director of the school, if I didn't say that the first time, and happy to take any questions. I know there are many other pieces to be presented, so I guess I'll kind of wait until somebody chimes me in, but go ahead, Parrish.
Great. Thanks, Bob. So Javier, can you start with the architectural component? Let's go to slide 4, and thanks, Bob, for the introduction, and thanks all the members for watching the presentation here. And we'll have Javier walk through kind of the floor plan. And then also, Javier, if you could, I know that there was a question with regards to pedestrian circulation. Perhaps you can address that as well.
Yes, good evening, everybody. This is Javier Negroni with DLW Architects. 2020 163rd Street, Suite 300, North Miami Beach, Florida. I would like to reiterate in the question, first of all, of the architect of record. I'm going to switch my screen. I hope everybody can see the screen. Here, we changed references to license numbers from Florida to the license numbers of California. So having said that, let me move on to the project. Basically, this is like staff explained, this is a development with a 30,000 square feet building. We are proposing facility that contextualize with the surrounding, with the use of materials that definitely will adapt to the surroundings. Before going there, let me address the question of the pedestrian circulation. So basically, the pedestrian circulation is going to happen along the inside of the school, never to the outside of the school. The use of sidewalks on the surrounding of the building will be dedicated only at the drop-off areas for students and the front area of the school. So we have a big courtyard where the students are going to come in. They're going to make use of the corridors to go back and exit to be able to use the facilities outside the school. So again, everything, it will be contained within this center area of the school. Another question about how the facility will work, it's basically a surrounding school with a courtyard, and all the activities are going to be surrounded by the classrooms. So it's an activity from the outside to the inside. Administration areas are going to be on the front to control the access of the school. And again, we have grades from kindergarten on the back to 8th grade on the front. And finally, on the back area, we have play areas. And let me talk about a little bit about the drop on the side. We definitely made use of the drop of the side to accommodate for or alleviate the removal of dirt on the site. So it's going to make construction better because we're working with the terrain. So we have, and the actual real drop, it's 8 feet. Okay, so we're providing bleachers and circulation to access that drop to the play area. This section will demonstrate how that drop is gonna work out. Trash. By the company, the collection company, they recommended around 3 yards of facilities for this school. So we're providing on the back a dumpster enclosure with utility areas, and we're providing a recycling bin and a regular trash bin. And we're providing a little bit over those 3 yards of waste disposal for the school. So I hope that addressed the issue of the waste disposal. Basically, the truck is going to come on the back to alleviate the noise, come around, pick up, and go out again. Let me address a little bit of architecture with the elevations. Again, we're using the use of earth tones with a roof made out of shingles. We're using siding and stucco as finishes for the school. What else I can say about? I think I hope I address all the questions that pertain to me on the matter. And to talk a little bit about the school inside, again, I talk about we have a multi-purpose room that it will be used for some sports only to the occupants of the school. We're according to what I understand, there's no major sport events happening along outside this. People coming to the school for major events. So this is we're calling this a multi-purpose room where it's going to have some sports for the school. We have a courtyard area for playing to complement the outside of the school. And again, the classroom surrounding, administration areas, and facilities and utility rooms. Teachers are going to be spread through the school. It's a method that Mr. Bob is implementing on his school, where teachers are not on one side of the school and students on the other, but they will be complemented inside the classrooms. And I think that's it for me now. If you have any questions.
Also, too, Bob, maybe you can speak. I know that there was a question with regards to any off-site sporting events, and if there were, how was that going to be accommodated? So if you could address that.
Yeah, we do have some off-site sports. We have middle schools that are participating in a variety of different competitive sports. We have our own league, but we do not have anything in the evening. Everything is at the end of the school day or just after. We have volleyball, basketball. Those are both interior. We play ultimate frisbee, which would be on our field or at another field at a different school location. So there's small leagues, few kids that are involved, and never would they be, in the evening. So we would never be using lighting for any after school or evening sports. Does that answer that question?
And then as far as transportation, that would be via bus or carpool. Is that the intent?
Correct. Yes.
Okay. Okay, great. Okay, with that said, Javier, can you pull up the cross-section? I think it's slide 7.
Let me go to 6.
There you go. And if we can just kind of blow that up a little bit so we can see that. Okay. So at the DRC, we had addressed the height of the building. We're at 25'6", which is lower than the standard for this property. And if you take a look kind of at the cross section where this occurs, there's some 2-story properties to the west. There's some single-story properties to the east. Those properties are about 26 foot tall, all the way to about 16 feet tall for the single-story homes. So, and kind of the way that we've situated and done the architecture is to really fit this within the community. And if we go to the next slide, slide 8, Javier, if you can go to Katie's presentation? And then just go to that.
Yes.
Yeah, go to slide 8 there. Yeah. And just go to slide 8 there. Here we go. So you can kind of see the way that the architecture has been done to break up that roof line and to lower the roof lines around the perimeter. We've done that so that this really tucks in nicely with the neighborhood, and that highest point with the gymnasium is kind of tucked in the center there, so that it's not really sticking above the remainder of the school and fits within the community. If we can go to slide 9, just wanted to talk a little bit about the landscape plan that we have, and that we do have quite a bit of perimeter trees. We got a lot of shrubbery as well, that shrubs, and we're looking at things that are colorful and vibrant and meet or exceed the landscape standards and guidelines. The trees that we've chosen are trees that will reach about 24 feet in height within about 8 years. So they're relatively quick growing trees to kind of also enhance the neighborhood and around the school as well. And if we can go to slide 11. So we've been talking about the parking. I know that, DRC brought up the fact that, we've got 64 spaces, even though there isn't any particular guidelines for parking spaces for the schools. However, we did hear what the DRC was requesting, and so we looked at what we could possibly do for our special events. And within the area that we have our buses, we were able to pick up 10 spaces for special events. And then in addition to that, we've got a hard surface on the play area that we can actually pick up another 6 cars on that playing surface for a total of 16 more, which is about a 20% increase on where we were before. And then just looking at the surrounding schools and just, kind of parking stalls per student that's out there currently. We're at a pretty good ratio compared to the average. We're at about 6.3 versus on the average, which is about 9.3. And again, we talked about this a little bit earlier. David mentioned some of these items in the staff report that, we are going to be working with the surrounding schools to stagger our drop-off and pickup times, and that we're going to have staff and volunteer traffic management. And again, as David mentioned, that's going to be monitored and improved if necessary. And also, we're going to have staggered drop-off times, probably 3 different staggered drop-off times. So if you have 500 or so, trips or that's in that's going to be reduced by about 1/3 at any one time. And then again, with all of the queuing that we showed earlier around the site, we think that we've addressed this pretty well. But again, we'll be working with the city and monitoring that. Let's go to the next slide. Okay, this is showing where we were talking about for that special event parking. Normally during the school day, we have bus parking that's happened in that north west corner. And then we've got the if you can zoom in a little bit there, Javier, that's great. And then we're going to have a fence, a gate that will allow access for cars, the 6 cars to park on that hard play surface there during special events. And again, those are the 4 special events that may happen during the year. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This is talking about the lighting that we have. If you can see on the diagram that we have here, you can see a 3-sided shield that is on the light fixture. That'll be on the perimeter. So if with that shield on the lighting, that you won't be able to see the actual lens, that'll be shielded from the backyards. And then again, kind of as mentioned in one of the earlier presentation, with lighting technology and efficiency of the lights, they've really gotten the light so that the light stays pretty focused. I know that in talking when Darren did his presentation, we can work with the city to provide a mock-up of the light fixture and work with them on that potentially in the beginnings of the construction and make any modifications that we may need to do to the shielding to make sure that holds up. Let's go to the next slide. If you take a look at the photometrics that were done, this was modeled. And with the photometrics, even with the field lights on, and again, the way that we're doing the lighting, it's going to be controlled on photocell. It's going to be turned off 1 hour past sunset. As Bob mentioned, there's no sports lighting. Again, we haven't had any known concerns that have come up from the neighbors with regards to lighting that may be happening. And then as we talked about before, with the light shields and with the technology that there is, we're really not anticipating going over our photometrics. And let's go to the next slide. And let's zoom in along the property line so we can see that the photometrics is really at almost a net zero. So you can see that we've got 0.1 foot candles, which is really less than a full moon event. So really it's almost no light. You can see some are 0, some are 0.1s, but again, it's relatively little light. And this is modeled with the light shields on the lights. Okay, let's go to the next slide. This is just showing, we talked about the fencing earlier, and on the conditions of approval. This is showing the front of the school, and there's going to be gates that extend all the way to the property line at the front of the school that closes off the school. And in listening to DRC's comments and concerns and requests, in addition to the fence that we're putting around the play area, we're also going to be doing the wood fence that was suggested. That's what we're proposing. And we would work with the city. Let's go to the next slide. So again, this is showing the perimeter fence that we would install. Again, I know that there were some comments with regards to the drop off, and as Javier explained, we've got about an 8 foot, the site drops about 8 foot using the, using the civil engineering and the soil import and export that we're doing. So we are proposing to put a fence around the entire site as requested by the Design Review Committee. And go to the next slide. So we are proposing to go with that cedar cap and trim fencing around the perimeter. However, what we would do is, as you see similar to this detail, is we would, because the fence is going to be up adjacent to the neighborhood fences, we would provide a small gap at the bottom for maintenance so that any weeds that may grow between the two fences, that we're able to do the maintenance and keep those weeds down. Okay, let's go to the next slide. Again, this is showing the chain link fence that we would put around the play area, and working with Bob on this, I know this is the security that he would really like to have for the children, and as Javier had described earlier with the pedestrian flow, the children would flow from the school into the play area and vice versa back. And so there are gates that close off circulation from around the school when those play events are happening. Okay, next slide. This is kind of, again, showing where the gates would be, and you can see the yellow highlighted area where the chain link fence is around the field. So with that, I hope that we've answered quite a few of the questions that were brought up, and would be happy to answer more questions.
All right, thank you very much. We've had one public caller waiting for an awfully long time. I'd like to see if she is still there, and then we will come back to you, the three of you, with questions, if that's all right. Is Deborah O'Meara still waiting?
Yes, ma'am, she is.
All right, go ahead.
Hi. Yeah,
Deborah,
Deborah,
would you state your name and your address for us, and then try and keep your comments to about 3 minutes?
Okay, my name is Deborah O'Meara, and I live at 238 Rosemary Drive, Paso Robles.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yes, I would like to start off by saying I'm not opposed to the school. I am opposed to where it is going in at. The concerns that myself, my husband, and a neighbor has is the traffic that is going to happen and cause just a lot of delay. I understand and I see that, you can only turn right when you come out of the school, and then offering a U-turn. I don't know if David has tried to make a U-turn where he's suggesting to change. I'm not sure that it's possible. I know you said that it was or it is, but the other concern is the school, and I'm just wondering, there's human habit. People are creatures of habit, and my concern is when they come into the school and they have a certain place where they have to drop off their child of a certain grade level, and they're stuck. They're absolutely stuck, and they can't bypass, and they can't go around, and they have to wait, and they have to wait, and they have to wait for all these cars. You're saying like maybe 200 cars in the morning that are going to be dropping off children. And what they're going to do is say, forget this. I'm going to drop you off in the nearby neighborhood, and I'll pick you up there also. And so the Rosemary Drive neighborhood is going to turn into a massive parking lot, and people are going to be doing U-turns, waiting for their children. And I can just see it. I live right by Winifred Pfeiffer, and the same thing happens. They come and they park in our neighborhood, they go up the back gate, and they do their activities, and then they come back down. The impact of the traffic, the impact of the waste management trucks going alongside the school and going around, and the noise that they make. I mean, they come down my street when school is in session every single morning, and the sound that it makes is atrocious. It's very loud. And if you're not ready to get up at 6 o'clock in the morning, too bad, they wake you up. And I just, like I said, it's a beautiful school. I'm not opposed to the school in Paso Robles. It's just that small a place. And the fencing, it's not going to prevent much. Sound barrier, the trees, we have to wait 8 years for trees to grow. And looking at the pattern of the driving for people it's yeah, and and then people leaving in the morning, and that's the other thing, the staggering of the times for school. To me, that just prolongs, it just adds another traffic time. People leave at 8, 7:45, and then there's the high school, and then there's Almond Acres and their time of when they're going to have kids dropped off and then picked up is just, I can just see it. It's just going to prolong even longer time of traffic. And coming out of Rosemary Drive, and there's going to be cars backed up, trying to get in, make a right-hand turn, go around. There's going to be cars coming from the west, trying to make a left-hand turn. It's going to be chaos. It's going to be absolute chaos and noise. And, this Rosemary Drive has a lot of seniors on here, and I'm not sure that they're ready, and their homes back up to the school, and the sound is just going to be more than maybe they're going to want to deal with, and more than they bargained for. I used to work at Pfeiffer, and the complaint from parents of no parking, and I'm looking at your school right now and just following the arrows, and it's going to be frustration. It's going to be madness. And like I said, Pfeiffer's losing, from what I understand, they're losing parking in front of the school, and there's just no place. And yes, and the speed on Niblick. You've lowered it to 35. The city has lowered it to 35. Nobody is going 35. Even when you put 25 for a school, they don't do it. And it's not the best place for a school. And I know everybody's put so much work into it, and I'm sure it's going to be fine. It's going to be passed in the whole 9 yards, but I just felt it was important for the city and the planners and Mr. Bogalt to understand where somebody is coming from. I know my voice isn't going to matter. It's going to go through, but it is going to be very frustrating to have this traffic, and dangerous. It is so dangerous. And I think in one of my letters, I did state that unfortunately, maybe one day there's going to be a little 8th grader who thinks he can run across Niblick to meet his mom or dad. And I just don't want to hear that or see that. And the other, I do have a question about the parking, and someone stated that there will be monitoring the neighborhood for parking. What does that exactly mean? And is that going to be for the lifetime of the school, because eventually people get tired, it's cold, it's rainy, you feel like I don't want to go out there. So what exactly does that entail?
Okay, thank you. And we'll get an answer for that. And I also had noted that kind of expanding on that, how to prevent neighborhood drop-offs and U-turns, and the speed on Niblick that is posted at 35, but often not followed. And then is it going to go to 25? Since it's a school zone, how's that going to work? So we'll get answers for those questions.
Yeah, and I'd like to also just ask one more question. The drive around, the big drive around, is there space for 2 cars for a person to be dropping off their child and someone to be able to bypass to be able to drop off a primary student, and then how you have it organized where the second or the 5th graders are going to be dropped off at a different point? Is there enough room for cars to be able to bypass, to be able to get to work on time? Because I'm telling you, that's what's going to happen. They're going to be jammed up, horns honking, frustration, and so they're just going to say, forget it. So is there going to be room for 2 cars?
We'll get an
you
answer.
have a bus area.
We'll get an answer for that. Okay. We're way past the 3 minutes. So did you want to wrap up with your comments and we'll get answers to your questions?
I guess just that I'm very opposed to where the school's going in because of traffic, environmental impact, the neighborhoods, the fencing. I'm just going to say one thing too about the chain link fencing with the slats. That usually doesn't work for very long. When I worked at Piper, a lot of slats were pulled out, and the fencing you could see through the homeowner's backyard. So, they're all good in theory, but in actuality, eventually it doesn't work well. And eventually I don't know that the driveway is going to work well. I know everybody's put a lot of work into it and they have all the questions answered, but I just don't see it working as well as everybody's hoping because, like I said, people are creatures of habit and they are in a hurry and they're not going to want to mess with that drive around.
All right. Thank you very much for your comments, and we'll get answers to your questions.
All righty.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, before we go back to the applicant with more questions, staff, can you address how to prevent neighborhood drop-offs and U-turns? What does the monitoring mean? How long does it last? Is it every single day? The speed on Niblick and the width of the drive aisles on site.
Yes, this is Darren. The comment about monitoring the neighborhoods, I'm not sure that we staff caught that is being proposed. I think the monitoring on site is what's part of the school's program to make sure that cars and drop-offs are happening where they need to be. I would have the applicant, again, address some of the concerns related to the width of the drive aisles, the logistics of one grade level parked in relation to another, and how that will be addressed. And then I think staff can follow up with that. And then I think David can discuss or talk a little bit about the speeds and the U-turns on Niblick Road.
Yes, thank you, Darren. So speeding is a problem citywide, and our main tool for enforcement is the police department at this point. I understand the speaker's concerns. I share her concerns about speeding. I get those complaints all around town. In terms of the school zone, if it turns out to be an ongoing issue, we would work with the police department and perform enforcement in that area. Basically write tickets to enforce the speed limits. In terms of drop-off on Rosemary Drive, we understand that concern. The project has complied with federal guidelines for school site pickup and drop-off to the extent practicable. There is no, we can have the applicant talk about how they're going to, educate their parents and work with their parents on where the appropriate place to drop off and pick up. However, it's not really possible for city staff to prohibit pickup and drop offs. There's no really way to monitor that or enforce it because it is a city street and folks can park there and park and pick up people as they will. So there's really, because it's a public right of way. But, we can have the applicant talk about how they're going to really educate and encourage their parents to, not use Rosemary Drive. In terms of the turnaround at Country Club Drive, we looked at that real close and we believe that passenger cars will be able to do those U-turns at that location. It will be restricted to those turning movements. I did confer with the traffic engineer, and it is a protected left turn at that at that left turn there. So there won't be any major upgrades to that signal. They will have a left arrow, and it will stop traffic in order to make that turning movement. So that will be in terms of safety, that is as good as we can get with that signal. So with that, I'll turn it back over to the chair.
All right, thank you. I think because we have so many questions, I'm going to organize this a little bit. And I'm going to ask the applicant if you would please address the questions that we're just talking about now to do with circulation, drop-off, neighborhood protection, and safety. Address just those, and then we'll go through the commissioners with their questions for you.
Okay.
So applicant, go ahead.
Hi, this is Bob Borgo again. Parrish, I'll give this my first effort, and then if you want to add to it. Again, I really appreciate the neighbors' concern. It's a concern of everyone who's a parent or a community member. One of the design features of this entire campus was truly to minimize and get cars off the street for the kids' sake, for the neighborhood's sake. So by putting that perimeter around the property to make that our drop and our thoroughfare, it does take 100 cars off the street, which is large. And I can only say from experience with the school we're in right now that it will be much more effective than what we're doing right now. And currently, we drop between Lillian Larson campus and the Almond Acres campus, 600 kids onto campus within about 20 minutes. So by staggering our time, by having a thoroughfare, and by the way, that particular thoroughfare is about half the length of what we would use on this property. So to mitigate it, it was really get everybody on campus, create the drop-off zones so that we can have the flow and staff it, and then educate both our staff and our families to follow the rules. We've been successful with that for 8 years on the campus we're on right now. So I'm confident that we can educate people to use it properly. We don't let parents stop, they stop, of course, to drop off their child, but they don't get out of their car. We have staff that opens the door for the children get out, and the parents are on their merry way. So we have a system in place that's been successful for a number of years that, again, I'm confident that this will actually be much more efficient and safe than what we're currently using. So, Parrish, do you want to add to that?
Yeah, I'd just like to add, just looking at this diagram, you can see the circulation around the school, and there's not by traffic or two cars passing one another at the drop off. You can see when they come in, it's a one-way clockwise around the school on the west side. You don't get any two-way traffic unless it's down towards the bottom in the parking area, but it's really one-way flow.
Parish, this is Javier, and I would like to address the question of there's room for 2 cars to pass by. There's not only room for 2 cars to pass by, there's room for a fire truck to pass by. Fire department was insist on providing enough width on the drives to be able to pass a truck when a car is staggering. So yes, and we have not only we have one-way areas, but we have two-way areas at the front of the school and on the back of the school. So circulation, if it gets the loop, it not necessarily have to go out, but the cars can keep looping inside the campus. And like Bob say, we thought about this very carefully. We were able to stack about 100, 130 cars on the site. So we anticipate that that's going to alleviate the staggering from Niblick. Thank you.
This is Roberta. I'm real confused. I thought David Athey said this accommodated 47 cars for stacking. Was that a different number? And now I'm hearing it's 130.
No, that's a parking. That's a parking spaces. I'm saying that staggering means one car after the other when they're looping around.
And how many cars does it accommodate for that?
Oh, we can stagger on the drives about 130 cars on this side.
That's what I said, 130 cars. But I thought
Yes.
David said 47.
No, 47 is the amount of parking spaces on the site. So we can park 64 plus the overflow for events. That's clear, or we have 70. We have 64 parking spaces on the site, but we can stagger.
Hi, this is David Athey. Could I just break in for a second? Roberta, what I mentioned was that's the amount of cars you could fit into the queue, essentially.
That's what I thought.
Yeah, not necessarily on the whole site. They can get more cars queued up on the site itself, as they mentioned.
Okay, but functionally, it's 47 cars at morning drop-off at any one time on the site, right? On the loop.
On that first loop, yes.
Yeah, okay, 47, not 130. Okay, thank you. Did the applicant did you want to address the neighborhood issue and the drop-offs and pickup concern in the neighborhood streets, parents?
Yeah, I guess, Bob, I don't know if the school has that type of policy. I imagine they do, but, to discourage anyone from doing drop-off in the neighborhood, is that correct?
Well, we certainly have a policy. Again, trying to get everybody away from that to even be an issue is our main goal. We don't have jurisdiction over the streets, but we would absolutely educate and monitor it so that if it is an issue, then as it has been in the neighborhood we're in. And after some education with parents and some redirection and staffing somebody nearby, we've been able to mitigate those problems pretty quickly. So it does take a few times a year, though, to educate people if that condition starts to occur. Hopefully we won't have to, because we'll be able to put people on site and make the traffic move swiftly. So again, I just would reiterate that, we've been fortunate sort of to have this 8 years of history in a very challenging situation with traffic and parking on our current site. So we've learned a lot, and we've learned how to get parents in and out, how to get kids on campus safely, and how to minimize any issues with the neighborhood.
Thank you. Okay, let's go through the commissioners' questions. I'm thinking that we're going to I'm going to limit the categories on this, as we've done in some projects with a lot of questions in the past. So on the first round, if you could please limit your questions to the applicants to circulation, parking, specifically site movement and related issues. If you have any additional questions in that department. Commissioner Kogler?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm scanning my list of questions to decide which ones fall into this first category. I think a leadoff one does. I'm curious as to what the criteria is for determining which students get bused or have the opportunity to take buses to the site. Is it distance from the school or something else? You indicated that most of your students are from the local community, but some from others. How is the busing made available to people, and what's the criteria?
Currently, it's voluntary, and we're busing in 75 students a day from Paso Robles. That one of those buses will essentially be flipped because we currently have over 100 students from San Miguel, almost 100. So that bus route will be flipped, and we'll bring those kids in from San Miguel. The second bus will make its rounds around town depending on our heat map and where our families are coming from. We currently pick up at Barney Schwartz Park and then at a location near the fairgrounds. So we'll probably continue with those two because that gets out to the perimeter of the city. And it is voluntary. And we've kind of stacked our bus or filled our bus every year. So I'm confident again that people will take advantage of that. And at least all of our families from San Miguel will be taking advantage of that bus route. Does that answer your question?
Yes, that's helpful. Thank you.
You're welcome.
With the site plan graphic that's on the screen right now, I got a couple of questions on what I'm going to call the front area of the building, where you have the angled parking spaces and you have the two-way circulation passing through there. It would be helpful if you would talk a little bit about who those spaces are meant to serve. There's a big note that says install temporary barricade to prevent pickup and drop-off. So apparently it's not pickup and drop-off people. Also, from a physical design perspective, at each end, the east and west ends of that two-way circulation pattern, there's a note saying consider enlarging the island to prohibit U-turns. But those islands look like they're just little kind of what I would call pork chops that sit there. It's not a continuous island, I don't think, along that dashed line. And I'm curious if it is not, should it be, or should it be some kind of breakaway bollards? I'm wondering, two-way circulation through there during busy times. If somebody's waiting for a parking space, somebody's going to go around them. They're going to interfere with the other traffic that's opposing, coming the other way. Help me understand what's going on in that front area and how you alleviate conflicts from a circulation standpoint.
Hi, this is Bob again. Let me take the front area of the parking lot, and then Parrish or Javier, you could take the back. That front area, those spaces are designed for visitors during the school day. We want to cut off any access to the back of the campus or the entire campus from daily traffic. So those front sites are really for parents who need to come pick up a child during the school day, possibly deliveries or just somebody coming by to meet with the administration or staff. So again, those front spots are not parking spaces for staff that would be working during the school day. Parrish or Javier, you want to take the back area?
Yeah, Javier, you want to talk about that and kind of how that was put together?
Yes, the back area, I wish my Sybil is here, but basically all the stuff is going to park on the back. And as you can see, there's two ways on the back as well. So that will alleviate the issue of once the person is back and he cannot find a parking spot, loop around this area back here. So basically that's as simple as it works. Staff does not have to go in the path of drop-off one-way lanes. And that's I mean, for any other questions, that's it for me.
Okay, thank you. You added 16 spaces for overflow, special event kind of purposes. The 10 or so that exist where you kind of have the bus marshaling area, those are understandable. I think you mentioned, and there was a note about 45-degree angle spaces, 6 or 8 of them that appear in the area that lies adjacent to kind of where the trash area is. How do you access those, and how does that work?
I can address that.
Okay, go ahead, Javier. Yeah.
We're providing what we call a loading area. That's the long space there where you see next to the trash and utility area.
Yes.
If any trucks have to come or deliver. So having the fence around the play area, there will be a gate that opens, and that's why they're 45, because people is going to come in, park on the 45-degree angles on that hard area. the same way they can back up out of there. So they will come through that area. The curb will be a mounting curb, so cars can just go through. It's not a D curb, an F curb. It's going to be a mounting curb in that area.
Okay, so that loading area serves as a drive aisle with a surmountable curb when you open the gate for those purposes. Okay, thank you.
Correct.
A lot of what I've heard, or at least a key component of what I've heard about the traffic and circulation is dependent upon being able to provide some offset with start times at the high school. And I'm curious as to if you in the high school have actually rolled up your sleeves and talked about how that works, because David in the graphic of the traffic east of Appaloosa seemed to show that there were really peak times between 7 and 8, and then again between 2 and 3, and again between about 5 and 6. So you've got a series of kind of 1-hour windows to try to work with managing who starts when and how all that interacts with one another, which doesn't seem like a lot of time to do offset scheduling for this school and the high school. So I'm curious, what have your discussions been and how do you see that work? I do know from personal past experience that when you start messing around with start times for schools, parents get interested in a hurry. So tell me a little bit how that's been looked at and how that might work. And is there truly enough time there that you can effectively have offset times that make a difference?
Hi, thanks. This is Bob again. What we intend to do is be the flip side of the reciprocal time of the high school. So whichever they choose to do, I'm not sure when they're going to implement that law where the high school kids would start at 8:30, but until that time, we would start early. And then if the next year they flip back to, or they go to the 8:30 mark, they flip, then we would respond accordingly. So that's one major piece of it, is just trying not to have the congestion that we see at Paso Robles High School. I was the principal at Liberty High School for many years, and it's crazy. So we need to make sure that we are not during that peak time, because it's again a 15 to 20 minute really high congestion time that you see the heavy congestion at the intersection by Liberty and Paso High. And then our second effort is to stagger our own times so that we can get that flow to be smoother. And even if it's 5 or 10 minutes between the grade clusters, we know we'll see some relief to that traffic. I know some families have kids that are in multiple grades, and they'll drop off the upper grade kids or the lower, depending on the time, in a chunk, and we'll accommodate the needs of those kids on campus so they can come early or come later to campus. So I think those two main things are our primary efforts, is not be at the same time as Paso High, and then stagger our time a bit so that we can keep that flow going smoothly.
Okay, thank you. Madam Chair, just two final points, which are kind of questions, kind of comments. The exiting coming out of the school site during the peak hours when it's prohibiting other than just right turn movements, I assume that the traffic management on campus, you could use cones and other things to deter people from just trying to make a left turn out of there, because you're the signage is relying on kind of voluntary compliance, which most people will do, but maybe one or two won't. So I assume there's some other controls you guys could do internally relative to that. The only other comment I have is regarding the U-turn, which is part of the circulation at Country Club, which I think makes sense. I sat there in the turn lane in a mid-size SUV, and I'm not sure I could have made that radius. And I noticed in the transportation report, it looked like the analysis of that was from something called All-Turn, which is a software package, I presume. And I would just state that I think in the field, somebody needs to look at and make sure that Field in his big pickup truck could actually make that U-turn. And that's all of my comments, Madam Chair, relative to traffic circulation and transportation. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Davis, do you have questions regarding this category of transportation and movement on the site and adjacent? Commissioner Davis?
Sorry, I thought I was talking. Oh, I turned my video on. You don't need to see that. I'm so sorry. I'm standing here. So I've gotten a lot of my Mark just asked about the turning radius there at Country Club Drive. I'm worried about that. I drive that mid-size SUV, and I think a lot of people in Paso Robles do too. So it's important to check that out, turning radius, et cetera, at that point. But my question now, and it comes back to what I think I did ask but did not get an answer to. Let's talk about, I think I heard about 60% of the student population might indeed be from Paso Robles, and some of those might be walking or biking to school. So I kind of wanted to focus in on bikeways, safety, and I want to come back to my question I asked earlier. I think the architect's letter said that a mention of 2 concrete paths connecting to Creston Road. Is there some other circulation element that I don't see on the materials here?
You want to take that? Hey, Javier, are you there?
Sorry, Barry, say that again.
Okay. The question is regarding pedestrian circulation, safety, bike paths, and we're concerned about exiting, and what about the kids coming to school on the bike, with a good 60% of the population being from Paso Robles. We might have some, and it'd be a great thing to have kids walking to school, biking to school, but I'd like to talk about that safety element. I do see bike racks. And the question that I didn't get answered, is there was mention of 2 concrete paths connecting to Creston Road. Is there a pedestrian corridor that I'm not seeing in these materials?
Well, what I can say, again, I don't have my civil with me, but what I can say as an architect, I don't, I don't go beyond property line. I take care of the building, but there's an existing sidewalk. We maintaining the sidewalk, and we have some improvements due to the curb cuts for the sidewalk. So there's ramps and accessibility routes on the existing sidewalk from there to the school. And we're not showing here, but building permit we require for egress on accessibility from the school, and we're showing all the routes necessary from the sidewalk all the way to the school. So there's going to be crossways, and there's going to be curb cuts where the kids can come with their bicycles and come in and arrive to the front of the school. Beyond that, I cannot say too much about what's happened beyond the points where we're providing improvements to the sidewalk for the school.
Yeah, go ahead.
Hi, this is Bob again. I can just add one other point to that. And again, currently we're using this. We have 2 crossing guards where we have pedestrians coming onto campus. So whether they're bikes or pedestrians, we're staffing those spots so that we have essentially a manned stop sign that allows kids to enter safely onto campus.
Okay. And so back to the concrete paths, that was just sidewalks. So I misunderstood. I was wondering if there was another pathway. I did think I got most of my questions answered. Here was a basic question. In the staff report, I kept hearing about 4 drop-off zones, and I see 3. Are we including the front entry as a drop-off zone?
Do you want me to take that? So
that would be
front
great.
zone, yeah, just correct me if I'm wrong, Javier, but the front zone on the south side of campus at the entrance of the school is where the bus would drop off kids. The other 3 zones are parent drop-off zones.
Correct. I mean, that's a resolution from management and the school, and for you, Bob. We're providing the 4 just for convenience, I mean, that will be an operation issue. So
And
if that's
add,
what I understand.
Yeah, I will add, again, this 8 years of history we have is very helpful right now for me. We only have one currently at the Lillian Larson campus to drop off, not including the buses, but there's 600 kids between both schools. And we take care of that business in about 20 minutes with one zone. So again, I'm feeling good about these additional elements of our traffic plan that that are not reflective of what we're currently doing, and we're still able to manage things pretty well on our current site. So this is going to augment the opportunity to have a safer, more fluid, more efficient traffic system.
Okay, thank you, Bob. And then my last question, maybe David Athey could comment. Refresh my memory, is there a dedicated bike path in this area on Niblick or not?
Not currently. So the Niblick Road corridor plan was adopted by council, and the plan for Niblick Road is a class 1, class 4 path along the northern side, which would include the frontage. The future pathway would include the frontage of the school.
Okay, thank you. I just needed that.
Yeah, and right now there's only class 2 bike lanes on Niblick Road.
And so just from your professional opinion, will that be safe for a bicyclist coming from the east westbound to access into the campus?
It's certainly not a hazard for children to do that. Typically, your older students would ride their bikes to school, so the 7 and 8 year olds. I anticipate that the younger students would, be accompanied by an adult if they did ride a bike, and I'm guessing it would be on the sidewalk, walking with their parent, or in some fashion. And so that's why it's proposed to have a future class 1 path there to basically provide a safe route to school for all users.
Okay. And maybe my fellow Commissioner Leo, who is a bicyclist, will have an opinion. I think he was on the Niblick corridor group. So that's all I have for right now. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you, Commissioner Davis. I'm going to jump in with a follow-up on one of your questions. I still don't see 4 drop-offs. Can somebody enlighten me? There's one on the west, the east, and the north. Where's the 4th one?
I was referencing the front of the school campus, and that's clarification there from Javier that the front area near the circle or the entrance of the school would be potentially our bus zone to drop the kids there so they can enter the campus from there. Am I correct?
That's what I understood. And again, we're providing as accessibility, we have to provide a curb cut there that can be used as a drop-off for only buses.
Okay, I don't recall reading that in the report, and excuse me, and we're also saying that there'll be temporary barricades to prevent drop-off. So it's just a point of confusion. I'm not saying it's good or bad, but I just think it needs clarification. All right, Commissioner Castillo, do you have questions on circulation?
Before I go into my question, I just wanted to say I do appreciate this roundabout style of movement, and I understand the intent behind it. And I have seen and been a part of drop-off at Almond Acres at their current location in San Miguel. And I got to commend them on their efficiency on it, especially being that they're working on the same campus as another school and another elementary. So I do feel that they have it down packed. I think this is going to be much better. My question is the parallel parking that I had inquired about in certain spots on the perimeter road that I believe they had mentioned that they would try to look into. I'm not sure if it's reflecting this or if that was even something that ended up happening. I was just curious to know if that was something that was discussed.
Want to take that, Javier?
Yes, the parallel parking was gonna, because of the limitations of the site, it was impair the circulation of 2 cars on the lane and the fire truck. So basically we were running kind of out of space because of the grading and drop of the site and the grading work we have to do there. It was gonna keep shrinking the path. So it was decided that the circulation was more important than the parking at this point. One thing might be possible is if one lane stop, the other one can go around. But I don't know if it can be used as a parallel parking. It's not been designated as a parallel parking at this point.
Okay, and that's my only question, Madam Chair, in regards to the circulation.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Gibson, circulation, parking.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to gain more understanding on the bus parking and the flow. I mean, I've seen it at the high school where it's a benefit to have busing, but busing also is problematic and it takes a lot of space and then they're very slow. And unloading 75 or 80 kids takes more than a couple of minutes. So I'm looking at the illustration that you have up and I'm confused by some of the comments. So it would look to me like there's a red box that says drop-off zone bus, and then it says bus will unload and park to prevent pickup drop-off. And I just want to get clarification because I'm hearing Javier or maybe Bob say that the bus drop-off is actually in front of the school. So, and I'm not understanding how that would happen at all. So could you go through that and let me know, where does the bus come in? Where does it drop off? And what do you do with the bus? And now we're talking 2 buses. So where are you parking 2 buses?
Javier, would you like to take that? I have to say I could be mistaken on that front, but that was my impression because it would get the bus out of the circulation pattern and allow us to get the kids. And it would take longer to unload a bus. It does take, about 5 minutes currently.
Right.
So that is my thought. Now, I do understand what you're saying about these instructions or these illustrations saying that where the bus would unload. But I think we have flexibility as well as to use any one of these 4 spots for bus loading and unloading. So Javier, would you like to clarify that further? I'm mistaken.
I rather, I mean, this is more of a traffic consultant, but I mean, it's an alternative. I mean, like my understanding is that the existing school had 1 drop off. Now we're providing 3, and an alternate on the front if it's necessary. Other than that, my understanding is that we have sufficient drop off and the signs state that, you know, back it's K to 4 and the east side it's 5 to 8. So with those 2, we already, according to the image we're having on front, we're taking care of the majority of the grades or all the grades drop off areas. And we were going to dedicate some 3 for just the bus. Front, again, might be an alternate if necessary. According to the traffic study, and this image is not necessary at this point.
And then also, just if I can weigh in, this is Parrish. You know, the buses would come in, they would drop off, and then the location where we show the 10 additional spaces for special event in the northwest corner, that's set up for the 2 buses to park down there. So they would drop off, drive straight to the back, and they can park in the back.
Okay, so I feel like I had part of my question answered, but it doesn't sound like, honestly, that there's any sort of real concrete knowledge being presented. So the buses all the traffic comes in on the west side, and I'm watching the arrow, and again, I'm looking at your plan. I mean, it says bus drop off, and then bus will unload and park to prevent pickup drop off. And I'm thinking about what it takes for a bus to go through that, because again, I, had, similar concerns at the high school when I was on the school board. I mean, the bus is backed up, the traffic on the Niblick Road, and we have a parking queue in the middle of Niblick. So what I'm seeing on your plan is exactly the high school, except worse, except because the bus stops sooner and it's going to stop that driveway. There's no way that it could go to the front, because then it would either impede the traffic going from east to west, or it would impede and prevent people from parking in those front parking spaces. So somehow the bus has got to continue coming on the west driveway and continue in what I consider a clockwise manner to go around the school. And I'm trying to figure out how the buses are going to get in so it doesn't impact or impede the traffic on a main arterial road in Paso Robles, and where are two buses going to fit?
Commissioner, bear in mind that while the bus is on the drop-off area, cars can continue to pass, on the other side. I mean, there's enough space there's even enough space to have a fire truck parked that it's wider than the bus. So we don't anticipate having the bus blocking the circulation of cars when the bus is parked at that location.
So Javier, let me try and pin you down. Right in this area that you have identified as a bus drop-off, what does that 20-foot symbol say? Is that 20 feet length for the bus to park?
Correct.
Okay.
Correct.
So you cannot fit two buses in there. So where's the other bus go?
Okay. The bus, it will be behind queuing, waiting for the other bus to move. We're still going to be able to drive a car. Cars can, the width of the drive, even not at the drop-off, but beyond the drop-off, allows a truck and a car to be on the same path. So cars are not going to be hauled by the bus queue.
Commissioner Gibson, this is David Athey. Could I just break in for a second?
Sure.
So the proposed drop-off area is what you see right there, and that was what was analyzed in the traffic report. So we, from staff's point of view, we've conditioned them to implement this site plan. One of the items it would obviously, like you've brought up, is a good point. If these buses are right on top of each other, pulling into the site, then this 20 feet would likely not be long enough for bus queuing. So you could put a condition on the project that depending on how the buses operate, I don't know if they come in, I know that they pick up students at different times and they're having different start times. I don't know if they all ride the same bus, but that's something you could condition, that depending on how the buses operate, this drop-off area could be lengthened so both buses can park here simultaneously, drop off their students. At the same time, the site circulation can continue around it. But we expect, as you see on the note there, that the bus will park in this area until after school starts. And then once the school starts, it'll move. They can move the buses to the back, because it's important that this area not be left clear, because we don't want what you're describing, people stopping here or buses queuing and then backing cars out into the road. So from my perspective, it's important that this work really, really well and work really well with how they plan to operate their buses.
Okay, so just let me move on. This should be hopefully quick. 64 spaces with 16 overflow spaces, but those overflow spaces will only be available for extra or these special events, because the buses are going to be parked there otherwise. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. All right. Thank you. All right. So I'm going to circle back to a question from, I don't know, a couple hours ago. I don't understand what the phraseology where it says you're going to attempt to provide pickup and drop off areas where the students are going to be picked up or dropped off somewhere off campus and somehow make their way to campus certain times of the year. And I don't want to get into the, it's only going to happen a few times. I just don't understand what the word attempt I'm not real comfortable with. And I'd like to know, where are these pickup and drop off areas? How are the students getting from the drop off to school and from the school back to the pickup areas? And where is the studies that shows what the impact of those pickup and drop off areas are? Where in the study would I find that?
I'm going to attempt to answer that because I think I have the answer. And I believe that the report is really discussing where our pickup and drop-off zones are for our buses. So as I mentioned earlier, we have Barney Schwartz Park, and then currently over by the fairgrounds where we have those zones. So those are our pickup and drop zones for kids coming onto campus.
Okay. So the first one was what? BSP and where? Where's?
It's near the fairgrounds on 21st Street.
Uh-huh.
So those are two locations we've used for the past 8 years.
Okay, so just walk me through this, Bob. I'm trying to gain understanding. So you have these two sites, BSP, the fairgrounds. I'm very familiar with both of them. Is that the parents go to those areas, they drop their kids off, then they get on the bus and the bus comes to school. Is that correct?
Yes, correct. So and most of those families at Barney Schwartz are coming from Parkfield, Shandon, Pleasant Valley area, Jardine, et cetera.
Okay. All right. Let me ask my last question for this area, because it just seems very vague to me. There's in the report, and it talks about the idea that you guys are going to follow what the requirements of the traffic impact study. But for the life of me, I don't see any requirements in that impact study. So could you tell me what, in your opinion, are the requirements that you are being required to do to mitigate the traffic impact?
Personally, I'm going to defer that only because I haven't been a part of each of those conversations. I've been a part of the planning and the design, but I think either Parrish or Javier could answer that more specifically, or if David or Darren, we have worked tirelessly together trying to come up with a plan that will work for both the city and the school. And we have been and will continue to be committed to anything that is practicable for us to do on this campus to keep kids safe and to make this as efficient as possible. So I guess I'll defer to what requirements we are obliged to. And I don't think we've ever had an argument about, hey, if you tell us we have to do this, we're going to do it. So I'll defer though to further comment.
Yeah, that's right, Bob. And maybe David, maybe you can just touch base on those items in that traffic impact study that we've agreed to.
Certainly, I'd be glad to. So Commissioner Gibson, figure 3 that's on the screen, they have to implement these recommendations, the left turns, the signage, the red curbing, really the site design for the project. In addition, the requirement for the U-turns allowing U-turns at Country Club. And I just want to address that issue that came up. That will be for passenger vehicles only. The city is allowed to do that per the California Vehicle Code. So it will be for smaller cars, and it will be signed as such for folks so they know that condition. The other item is the no left turns out of the site. And also payment of traffic impact fees for their impacts to the city's circulation system, which are the main outcomes of the report. And the project also has mitigations that are contained, I believe it's 17 through 21, starting on page 111 and 112 is what they're required to do. If the Planning Commission wants something more clear or something added, you could add those conditions as part of your deliberations.
Okay. But in any event, I mean, there is just, I think we've discussed it. I just want to affirm this again, make sure I'm understanding. There is no plan to manage the traffic in the neighborhoods.
There is no specific plan for that for neighborhood traffic management. No, it's mainly focusing on the school and managing the school's traffic so that it doesn't spill over to the neighborhoods.
Yeah, I think that what is obvious, and this, I'll just make a comment and then yield my time, is that, every other school, including Winifred Piper that's around the corner, has off-street parking. And unfortunately, this site really doesn't. I mean, I'm just puzzled where sometimes up to 300 cars is going to park. So I'll go ahead and yield my time. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's go around again, and this time it's just whatever other questions you still have remaining that you would like to have addressed by the applicant or staff. So Commissioner Kogler.
Okay, thank you, Madam Chair. In the staff report, there were a couple of topic areas or a few topic areas that I think the Planning Commission is to address tonight. And I would want to touch on two of those. One of those is lighting. And I see basically in the staff report and in the resolution that accompanies that essentially there's a provision for kind of a field test of lighting, which I think is a great idea and something that's quite doable and is done in these kind of cases. My only comment would be that when that is done, I think that should be scheduled in advance and promoted as a time in which the neighborhood could observe that as well. So if there's a 20-foot pole with the appropriate light fixture, the neighborhood can get a sense of what that might look like from various perspectives. So I'll comment on it, but I appreciate the fact that the whole applicant team has apparently worked very closely with the city and with the neighborhood. And so I would think, consistent with that working relationship that's in place, the neighborhood could at least view that when that occurs. I'm also appreciative that the applicant has given thought to the perimeter fencing issue, which I think is a really tough issue. I, as others on the commission, obviously have walked the site and seen that there's quite a hodgepodge of existing fencing there. It's kind of a study of different fencing forms, and many of which truthfully are probably nearing the end of their life. And I think accordingly, the school's potential of a wood fence and maybe the ability of neighbors to, if not physically tie into that within a very short distance of it, an inch or so, to use that as a back fence may be doable. And I therefore would like to see that the perimeter fencing issue come back to the DRC and not to staff, as it is outlined in the objection letter by CWR3 that was in the information that was distributed this afternoon. But I think there's been movement from the applicant group on fencing, and I'm appreciative of that. And I think something can be forged there that hopefully works, but it's a little bit delicate. A question of staff that I have, or a comment I need from staff: the landscaping plan that's identified as simply a concept, and they've provided a potential plant list that they might draw from. But I'm curious as to when detailed landscaping plans will be prepared. Will those be reviewed by the DRC? And are those typically something that we might see at this point in time, or is that something that typically comes along a little bit later?
Javier, you want to take that?
Yes, a complete set of landscape plans would be part of the building permit that will complete irrigation and details of basic details for planting and the rest. It will be addressed during building permit.
So the aspect of my question that maybe is more appropriate for Darren is will that come back to the DRC in the future, Darren, for review?
Sure. So condition number 10 on page 110 requires the landscape and irrigation plans to be submitted, and that generally would come back for a staff review. They're showing in their landscape plan the species, the size of the landscaping. So generally that would come back for review at the building permit level at staff. But if that's something that the Planning Commission would like to have come back for DRC review, we can definitely include that in a condition.
Okay. I think, speaking only for myself, since we are to render a finding that this project is incompatible with the surrounding uses, I think fencing and landscaping, lighting are important components of that. And I would like personally to see all three of those come back ultimately to the DRC for review. And since the DRC meets weekly, that really shouldn't be a time implication to the overall procedure of the implementation of this plan. With that, Madam Chair, I think that's all of my questions that really lie outside of the previous topics that we've addressed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Davis, do you have other questions?
I just have one, and it relates back to the noise, and I think it was the representative for the Paso Robles School District. I just asked the question on the timeline for the construction, you know, how long will there be a noise issue? I know we have a new noise ordinance. I'm particularly sensitive because I've dealt with it as a teacher, as an educator. I just curious about the timeline for that disturbance.
Hi, this is Parrish. Maybe I can take that. So depending upon when we get started on the construction, where we hope that the noise items would be completed probably within the first 6 months of the construction. We're really trying to get the school open for the fall and 2021. So getting started quickly is what we're trying to do to get the students there. But yeah, so really the kind of the first 6 months of the construction would be really when the more of the noisy particular items with regards to demo and you know, the putting the building together would be happening.
And then we do have currently largely distance education, so that I guess would mean there wouldn't be that disruption. Hopefully we get through this COVID thing and we get back in the classroom. I was just curious about, given a normal in classroom setting, what timeline, and that has helped. Thank you very much.
Commissioner Castillo, questions?
No, I appreciate Commissioner Kogler's and Commissioner Gibson's thoroughness. They've answered some of the questions I was thinking about asking, but I'm good right now.
All right, thank you. And Commissioner Gibson?
I have no further questions this time, Madam Chairwoman.
Okay, I have one. There's a number of times special events have been indicated as 3 to 4 a year, or on rare occasions. I believe those were two different ways it was represented. How do we collectively define a special event, and how do we put a definition of the event? What is a special event, and what the number of times a year, so that we don't have any misunderstandings once the school is open?
Hi, this is Bob. The primary special events on campus include back to school night and open house. So those are the only two that will be calendared and would cause us to need to use some kind of a system to bring people on campus, finding other locations for people to park and bus them in outside of using the parking that we have on site. Anything else, and I have used the number of 3 to 5 because we have had other events where parents are coming on campus. But frankly, what we've learned over the course of the years is the more virtual we provide parent programming, the more effective it is and the more participation we get. So, you know, this whole COVID thing is a drag, but we have learned a lot of great things and a lot of better ways to communicate with families in the community. So I'm anticipating fewer and fewer on-campus events. So the third one is our drama production. So that event, we bring in about 150 guests to an evening event that would be inside our multi-purpose room. And that would be the only other one that we would have. It's actually a matinee on Saturday and then Saturday afternoon, where we would bring people onto campus. So we have very few events. It's nothing like a high school that has multiple events in the evening, whether it's FFA or athletic events, leadership events. It's just minimal. So I would comfortably say that, again, 3 to 5 at the most throughout the year, and that would be it.
Okay, thank you. I'm just going back through my notes. Bear with me for just a moment. Oh, there was a comment in the, I believe it was the letter from the architectural firm, that the lights would be, the exterior pole lights would be turned off. I believe it was an hour after dark, unless there were staff present. That sounds like a blank check. If the cleaning crew is there at night, or if the teacher's working late and there's one person on the site, are all the lights on? So could you tell us what's the intention there? Because that doesn't seem like a real policy.
Sure. All of those overhead lights that light that back area of the campus would be the ones that are all turned off. Around the perimeter of the school where there might be personnel, whether it's custodial or an administrator or teacher working a little bit later. Those are all lights that are underneath the awnings of the building. So none of the lights that we're worried about that are of the higher level would be on after 1 hour after sundown. Does that clarify?
How about the
So
parking
there's no
lot?
intention of.
How does the
There's no
staff
intention of
person
having.
get to their car without the parking lot lights being on?
Yeah, I guess Javier, you might be able to answer this with a landscape architect, but I would assume we are going to have some ground lights that are along a pathway that somebody could walk through.
Correct,
Walk
Bob. Code require us to light up the pathway, the walkway pathway to the parking lot, and that will be done with light at eye level. It's not overhead light.
Okay, so if the commission was in agreement to put in a condition of approval that the overhead pole lighting is to be turned off 1 hour after sunset, without that exclusion of staff unless staff is present, that would be acceptable, I assume, because other lighting would not be included in that requirement.
Yes.
Sound right? Okay.
Yes.
All right, good. Okay, good. Okay, I think all my other questions were covered by the other commissioners. So I think at this point, commissioners, we've been asking questions. I think we do one more round of discussion, and then we will see if there is a motion to be made here tonight. So Commissioner Kogler, discussion?
Yes, Madam Chair. There's been a full range of topics explored tonight, and I do want to compliment the development team on a plan that I think works reasonably well within the confines of this site. It's challenging when you're ringed on 3 sides by existing neighborhoods to fit something in that works, and I think to the best that it can be done, it's been accomplished here. I also do have a certain level of confidence from the somewhat limited knowledge I have of Almond Acres that they can certainly ensure that the promises and the ideas that they're putting forward, in fact, will occur. They do have a track record that would seem to indicate that, and I think that's going to be critical to this working long-term with the neighborhood that surrounds it and the way it fits within the whole Niblick corridor. If I may, I do have one final question that this just came up as a result, Madam Chair, of your last comment. And I would simply ask that when a teacher or a staff person is leaving the building at night, Javier just mentioned that the walkway lighting would, in bollard form or something, would provide lighting for the person that's walking along to see what they're encountering. How does someone literally get from the building to the parking lot based on the sketch that's in front of us right now with the site plan? What is the circulation getting through what I'll call kind of the turf area, play area? How does someone get from the building to a parking space that's on the extreme northern end of the site?
Okay, so there's 3 points of access from the back. I cannot point, but we have three on the, I don't know if it can be read. I wish I can point out, but there's 3 points of access. So we have steps that goes to the field, or we have the ramp that is coming down, and it's required by code for us to provide hard surfaces to go all the way to the parking. So I wish I can show my light safety plan, because all of that is part of the building permit, and those routes are going to be delineated by the light safety plans. Lighting, it's a code issue. If it's after dark and people have to use those routes, there's certain amount of lighting that we have to provide by code, and we have to comply with that. So there's definitely a routes delineated. If they need to be delineated, we can pass on those light safety plans so everybody can understand how people is going to come in from the sidewalk, how people is going to get out from the building, how people is going to access the parking lot. As you can see, we even have handicap spaces way on the back. We need to provide by code that accessible route all the way to the building. No curb cuts, no steps. So we're confident that it will be an easy way for a staff to come from the back to the front of the building with no major issues. And it looks like a long way, but it's not really that long.
And just to add one other point to that, as the grandpa on campus, I don't allow teachers to be working after 6 o'clock. I get them off campus. I don't want them there without an administrator there. So there is I can't imagine, there's just not going to be time where people are going to be there late at night. It's not appropriate. And we not just discourage it, but they need to be off campus by 6 o'clock.
Okay, thank you. That's all, Madam Chair, for me.
All right, thank you. Commissioner Davis, comments, discussion?
I'm pushing the wrong button. So sorry. Okay, can you hear me now, Roberta?
Yes.
Okay, sorry. I wanted to compliment the applicant for their patience. I know they worked closely with the city, and they've been very, very patient with the grilling that you've experienced here tonight. I just wanted to say that I know as a community member that your reputation is stellar in the educational arena, and I am optimistic that we can make something happen here tonight. Speaking as one person here, I do think in the beginning stages of DRC, there were some questions about the architectural design. I think what I've seen here tonight is very aesthetically appealing. I think we're just getting down to the nuts and the bolts of the functionality. I think collectively we can do this with a couple of edits. So that's where I'm coming from. I am wanting to support this project.
All right, Commissioner Castillo.
I just wanted to echo Commissioner Davis's comments about the applicant and the architect working with the city so well and making the accommodations and the constant changes. Other than that, I have no other comments.
Okay, Commissioner Gibson.
I would like to first ask staff, in the letter that we received today from the applicant's representative, I believe it was items 19 and 20. They wanted to change the timing of those from prior to grading permit final to certificate of occupancy on items 19 or 20, and 20 is a condition. Can you comment on that, staff? Do you have any issues with doing that?
Yes, Commissioner Gibson, David Athy, City Engineer. I have no problem with changing those 19, 20, and 21 to prior to certificate of occupancy.
Okay, all right. So I don't either, and I looked at that, and it seemed like that might be a more logical timing on those items to have that as a certificate of occupancy. So that would be my suggestion. I appreciate the suggestions of Commissioner Kogler. I strongly support those 3 items coming back to DRC. I guess in summary that I know I want to give credit to a lot of work on both the staff's part as well as the applicant's part. I just find this site to be challenging for 3 reasons. Number one, it's on a main arterial road that through the extensive hearings we had on Beechwood, we were educated that that's a 99% capacity without any further developments. This is just going to exacerbate it. There's no way that this is not going to have an impact on that arterial that already is problematic. And number 2, that it's honestly within about a block and a half or so of a main intersection, one of probably 4 of the most impacted intersections in the town. And as repeatedly as projects come before us, we keep wondering when are these things going to get mitigated to provide more arterial flow. And any impact on Niblick Road or that intersection that slows down the flow of traffic or adds to the traffic is going to impact negatively both that arterial as well as the intersection. Just as maybe an aside or a humorous aside, my F-350 truck is not going to turn around in that U-turn area. I've already learned not to try to do something like that. I guess that my where I'm at is that I'm looking at page 106, and I kept referring to that, is that we're being asked to state to have a finding that this plan will not be detrimental to the health, safety, I'm going to skip over some of this, comfort, convenience of the residents or businesses in the surrounding area, or be injurious or detrimental to property improvements in the neighborhood. I honestly, in my heart of hearts, cannot agree with that statement, because this is going to negatively impact all the surrounding neighborhood and anybody that tries to go up and down Niblick because of where it is. So the third area that I think is problematic that applicants have their hands full on, frankly, is that you basically have a hole in the back half of your site. And that's going to be very challenging, in my opinion, to come up with some sort of fencing and lighting when the hole that is in is 8 feet down, and yet the neighbors aren't. The neighbors are 8 feet up. I mean, I'm standing there looking, and my eye level is level with their grass, or maybe their grass or their backyard's higher than what I can see. And yet somehow we're going to put lighting and fencing around the perimeter. So I have no solutions or even recommendations of how to even resolve that issue. So those are my comments. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Gibson. I've been making note of some of the potential conditions that we want to verify are either already in the draft document or need to be added or modified. So I've heard of 3 things that we want to come back to DRC: the lighting, the lighting and the field test. And the neighborhood also needs to be notified about that field test. And I think for some of the reasons that were just mentioned by Commissioner Gibson, this is really critical, and we need to be very careful about how it's treated at the various parts of the site. The next thing for DRC review is the perimeter fencing. And thank you very much for changing your direction on that. I think it would have been really unfair to the neighbors to be responsible for maintaining really what would have been the perimeter of the school. So thank you for doing that, but I also don't quite know how you're going to handle it in some areas. So that, I believe, needs to come back to DRC. And thirdly is the landscaping, because it is definitely critical for this project and for the neighborhood. Then some other things that I'm hearing that my fellow commissioners may or may not agree that need to make sure that we have documented is defining special events and limiting them at the applicant's recommendation to 5 per year. Clarifying that the overhead lighting will be turned off 1 hour after sundown, and taking out the comment, or not ever putting it in, that unless staff are present. And I would be all right with having an exception for the 1 hour after sundown for any of those 5 special events if they happen to be in the evening. And then just a couple more comments that clearly the Almond Acres administration is extremely sincere and solution oriented, and I don't have any question about that at all. You've convinced me that this will be the best quality operation that you can possibly produce for the students and for the neighbors and for the community. But this school is going to be here for generations. And so when we ask to have these things memorialized for our mutual understanding, that's not any kind of a personal affront. This school will be here for decades and decades and decades, long after every single one of us are long gone. So that's why we need to make this official. And things like how many special events per year, it does matter. So that's the purpose for that. And lastly is that but when I think about it, I guess it makes sense that the city does not have any authority to tell people you can't drop your child off over here and park your car around the corner, whatever it might be. So we're just going to have to look to Almond Acres, not just to stop at your borders of your site, but you need to make friends with all of the neighbors and get them on your side and keep them on your side. And we're going to have to look to you because I guess the city really can't participate in that. So that's obviously not something we put in any kind of a condition, but I just wanted to say it. I think it's extremely important because it really does rest with you. So those are my comments. And if any of the commissioners would like, I would entertain a motion for this project.
So Madam Chair, this is Darren, just kind of a clarification and just to kind of recap the resolution or the conditions of approval. On page 108, Exhibit A is the start of the conditions of approval. And from what I'm hearing, I think it would be helpful. The applicants have submitted a fencing plan, which we didn't have before. So I think if we had a new Exhibit P, and that would be the fencing plan, which they've shown to us tonight as a change. And then if we go over to condition number 6, it could indicate that prior to the issuance of a building permit, a fencing plan shall be provided for review and approval by the DRC. The fencing shall be located along the perimeter of the project adjacent to the existing residential fences. The materials of the fences shall be decorative and residential style. And that could just say consistent with Exhibit P, and we could strike out the rest of that condition there.
All right.
So it's a little bit redundant, but it captures from what I'm hearing, the planning commissioner's intent of having the fencing plan come back. Because I do think it's going to take some work and some plans to show how it's going to work with topography to address some of the questions that commissioners have had.
Yes. Okay.
So condition 6 would remain. It would be consistent with Exhibit P, and it would come back to the DRC. Condition 7 would remain as is. I think we're indicating that in general, we want to get an idea of the height of the lighting poles and what that's going to look like with the shields and what the effects are going to be on that. So number 7 would stay as is, and we would just indicate, add to number 7 that lighting review be reviewed by the DRC.
All right.
Madam
So
Chair.
there will be a site visit involved with number 7.
Okay. Do I hear Commissioner Kogler?
Yes, Madam Chair. A couple of quick things on item 6 and item 7. I guess on item 6, I think the wooden fence that the applicant came back with is an expression of an option. And I don't want to foreclose option of others as per the staff's original recommendation of a hardy board material, something else that might be more durable in the long term. So in my mind, the fence plan is still a bit moldable, and depending on what discussions might occur or what plans come back to the DRC, it may be wood as shown, it may be something else, but I think that's going to require some careful study and consideration. And I don't want to blindly exclude anything as an option, as an ability to provide an appropriate barrier in terms of fencing.
I would like to exclude the last sentence of our chain link.
I would totally agree with that.
Okay.
And then
So okay, go ahead. Let me just clarify. So you're suggesting that the last sentence be deleted and that's it. The rest would remain.
Yes, I think options
written.
still need to be able, correct. And then the only other thing regarding the electrical is I do feel strongly that the neighborhood should be advised as to when that potential exhibit or test case would be occurring. Thank you.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chairwoman,
Yes.
this is Commissioner Gibson. So I appreciate the thrust of what Commissioner Kogler is saying, but I guess I want to be even more expansive in my suggestion, is that because I'm very sincere when I'm saying it's like that fence, if the intent is for that fence to be 6 feet off the ground from the neighbors, we're literally talking about a potential fence that's 14 feet tall. If that's the case, we are not building a wood fence. And I'd like to keep the, I don't know what the solution is. I honestly have no idea, what the solution is. But I would think that any fence that's going to be over 8 or 10 feet probably is going to have some metal component.
Well, it says, the way it's worded is the materials of the fence shall be decorative residential style fencing, such as hardy board type material or wood fence with trim and cap. It's really wide open. It says such as.
I'm just suggesting that chain link might end up being the most effective and least cost for the applicant.
I'm sure it'd be least cost. Well,
I'm trying to visualize a 14-foot fence or 15-foot fence. What are you going to build
let's
it
not try and make design solutions. Let's just get some sample wording because we don't have a motion on the table yet.
All right, thank you.
So the motion maker can tweak what we're doing here. We're just trying to, I think Darren's just trying to get us documented with what we've discussed tonight and put it into the draft. So Darren, go ahead.
Sure. So the next condition 8, I think that condition can be cleaned up to talk about the events in letter B. So we can be specific to, limit to 3 or more events held per year. Will include carpooling and bus transportation to minimize impacts, but strike out the rest that talks about their experiences at the San Miguel School. So we can strike that out and we can be more specific about the number of events there. And then
I think five was the number I heard. 5 per year.
Okay. D just talks about their staggered schedule and shuttling of buses. I don't know if there's anything we want to do there. E talks about using volunteers. When we get to F, I think I heard that we talk about overhead pole lights will be controlled to turn off 1 hour after dark. And then we would strike out the event about the staff member beyond 1 hour.
Yes.
G talks about no athletic events after school hours. That's just kind of solidifying what they're indicating. H talks about the light shields, and we're going to clarify that with condition number 7. I would just strike I because it really isn't relevant, because we're going to handle light shielding through a site visit and through DRC. And then I would strike out J as well, talking about the trees in relation to lighting. I think the landscape plan needs to be looked at on its own. The lighting needs to be looked at on its own.
Agree.
And then condition number 9 is just kind of our DRC condition. So that's where we do have the lighting plan coming back. That's where we talk about making sure that at the building plan stage, we start to see maybe roof equipment that we aren't talking about right now. So I think it's important that we understand anything at that time on the building plans in terms of the roof. And then again, the fencing plan, and we can add the landscape and irrigation plan, come back to the DRC at that point as well. The only other thing I'm thinking on the fencing plan is it might be helpful to go out to the site and take a look at the site after it's been graded to get more of an idea of this precise location of the fence in relation to elevation. Because I think Commissioner Gibson's comments on heights of fences and things has to do with the site dropping. So it might be some situation where the fence needs to jog in and out so that it is adjacent grade at certain areas, and get a better idea of the height of the fencing in relation to the grade. So we might want to indicate that the fencing plan come in at a certain time after the fence has been grading. It may take, again, another field trip to go out, kind of take a look at the fencing plan while we walk around the perimeter.
All right, so 9D, final fencing plan at completion of site grading?
I think that would be helpful for the DRC to get an idea of where we're talking about after the site's been graded.
Okay. All right, that includes the items that I had listed, but it will be up to the motion maker to see how you would like to propose it. So do I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Gibson. I don't want to make a motion yet. I just want to, again, get a sense of the body. Again, the applicant had asked that the 19, 20, and 21, that the timing of those get changed from grading, final grading to certificate of occupancy. So I just want to remind the commissioners that was the request, and staff had no seeming objection to that.
Thank you. That's right. 19, 20, and 21. And those were prior to occupancy. Was that correct, Darren?
Yes, changing those from grading permit to certificate of occupancy.
For all three. Okay.
Madam Chair, this is Commissioner Koger. I'd like to spend just a second talking about 21, because I think there may be some discrepancy between what the resolution says right now, which I agree with, that a traffic management plan needs to be put together, versus the letter dated October 12th from CWR3 which talks about the applicant shall comply with the traffic study. And I think those are a bit different from one another. And I think certainly in this case, there needs to be a traffic management plan that addresses some of the elements that are identified there. So I would encourage the language in 21 to stay regardless of potentially what is being advocated in the prior letter.
All right, thank you.
Madam Chair, I would offer a motion
All right, thank you, Commissioner Kogler.
on what is perhaps the easier of the two issues, maybe to a degree. And that is that I would move approval of draft resolution A, which is a resolution of the Planning Commission of the city to adopt a mitigated negative declaration and mitigation monitoring and reporting program for the Almond Acres Charter Academy Planned Unit Development 20-04, located 1145 Niblick, APN 009-566-042.
Is there a second?
I'll second that.
All right, motion by Commissioner Kogler and seconded by Commissioner Davis. Any further discussion on that item, on that motion? Okay, hearing none, may we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Kogler.
Aye.
Commissioner Davis.
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo.
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson.
Aye.
Chairperson Jorgensen.
Aye.
Resolution A passes 5-0.
Commissioner Kogler, would you like to keep going?
You mean, am I on a roll?
Yeah.
The complexity of this thing lies in the next resolution. And I realize it's late, and in very brief form, I would ask Darren to paraphrase again what we've kind of agreed, or what his understanding is that we have agreed on for the various elements of this that we are modifying, specifically by reference number here. And I think then, upon agreement of that, I certainly can put forward a motion.
Sure, be happy to. So starting at page 108, it's Exhibit A, the conditions of approval. The applicants have provided some fence information that we had not had previously. So I would suggest adding Exhibit P, which would be, I'm going to call it the conceptual fencing plan, since I'm hearing that there's still there's still some wish that the DRC be involved with taking in consideration different materials, and that would relate to condition number 6. So if we call Exhibit P a conceptual fencing plan, and then we look at condition number 6, we're going to leave it as is, and we're going to strike out where it discusses the chain link and vinyl coated fence option, is what I understand. I don't have to be part of the motion because I know Commissioner Gibson had some question on that. Then condition number 7, we're going to have the lighting plan come back to the DRC. There's going to be language about an on-site sample of the lighting to be reviewed. There was discussion about letting kind of the neighbors know about the lighting test, and that being reviewed by the DRC. A suggestion on number 7 and the neighbors. My thought would be is to just let the neighboring properties that back up to the school. Maybe that there's some kind of a meeting on site where we check in with the property owners adjacent to the ones that back up to this hearing. We notified all the property owners within 300 feet, property owners and tenants for this lighting. That would be tough to do with a DRC meeting. So my thought would be is if we want to do some kind of a notification that it be done to the adjacent properties. Then moving down to number 8, we had some changes there. Number B, or letter B, would be limit to 5 special events per year. And then we would mark out the second sentence there related to the San Miguel Almond Acres. We would eliminate letter C because it's not relevant. Letter D was just a discussion by Almond Acres on their staffing for their on-site pickup and drop-off. E, during the school departure and arrival times, that's again, staff will be involved with that circulation plan. F, we would be specific to overhead pole lights. That would be controlled to 1 hour after dark, and we would strike out the staff member 1 hour after dark. G would remain the same, H would remain the same, and I would strike out I and J on condition number 8. Number 9.
Darren,
Yes.
Darren, can we just for real quick on 7? That the overhead pole lights would be electronically controlled to turn off 1 hour after dark, with the exception of 5 special events per year, period. So we take out or in a rare event.
That is condition number 7.
8F.
8F.
Because it says 2 things. It says the way it's worded now, it says 3 to 4 special events per year, or in a rare event. Oh, in the rare event that a staff member. Okay, I had crossed out the staff member and didn't cross out the rare event. So it would be overhead pole lighting will be electronically controlled to turn off 1 hour after dark, with the exception of 5 special events per year. Period.
Got it.
Okay, thank you.
Number 9, we would indicate that the final fencing plan would be provided after the grading. And then 9E would be including the landscape and irrigation plan with that DRC review. And then we would make the changes of 19, 20, and 21 to be effective during C, certificate of occupancy.
Thank you, Mr. Nash. Well done.
Excuse me, I think there's a typo in 20. Signs shall be installed prohibiting left turns from 1/2 hour before to 1/2 hour. I think there should be after school start and stop times. The word after seems to have been omitted.
Actually, Chairwoman Jorgensen, the recommendation in the traffic report, this is David Athey, city engineer. The recommendation in the traffic impact study is actually a little different than that. And so I think it would be better to indicate that the prohibiting left turns from as shown in figure 3 or as otherwise approved by the city engineer. So signs shall be installed prohibiting left turns as indicated on figure 3 in the traffic impact study or as otherwise approved by the city engineer. Those times are actually a little different. They're a 2-hour time block and a 4-hour time block in the afternoon. So I wanted to make sure that was consistent.
Okay, good. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Kogler.
Yes.
The only comment I would have prior to a motion would be on item number 5. The CWR3 letter had asked that item be removed. I would advocate that it not be removed. It be modified to say that essentially if the school ever decides to utilize noise-making devices, I would remove then the section about then prior to the issuance of building permit and just say that the noise analysis would need to be prepared if they would ever choose to do that. I think that's consistent with your applicable comment that this will live on in for many years to come as a school and things may change. So I would keep that in there.
Yes, I agree with that. Take out the then prior to the issuance of a building permit.
Exactly. And make it if the school decides to utilize noise-making devices. With that set of framing comments, I would offer a motion that the commission approve draft resolution B as amended, which is a resolution of the Planning Commission for the City of El Paso Robles, approving the planned unit development 20-04, 1145 Niblick Road, APN 009-566-042.
There's a second?
I'm sorry, did you ask for a second? I didn't hear you.
I did.
I'll second.
All right, is that Commissioner Castillo?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so motion by Commissioner Kogler, second by Commissioner Castillo. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
Madam Chair, just clarification for staff that the motion maker included basically everything read into the record by staff.
That is correct, with the addition of my comments on item number 5.
Thank you.
Any further discussion? All right, hearing none, may we have a roll call vote?
Commissioner Kogler?
Aye.
Commissioner Castillo?
Aye.
Commissioner Davis?
Aye.
Commissioner Gibson?
No.
Chairperson Jorgensen?
Aye.
Resolution B passes 4-1.
All right. Thank you, everyone. And thank you to the applicants for all of your diligence, and thank you, staff.
Madam Chairman, may I make a comment? This is Bob.
Yes.
Hi. I just want to share our gratitude from everybody on this team, as well as the kids and the families. I know the work that we've done has been very difficult, but very, very valuable. And I especially commend Darren and David for all of the work you've done with us over the past years. I know we still have a lot to do, but we are developing something super special for the North County and especially Paso Robles. And I'm very proud to be a part of it and to be a part of your team. So thank you very much for all of your thoughtfulness tonight.
All right, thank you. All right, so that is the end of our project agenda items. Now is time for discussion items.
There are none.
All right, and the consent calendar. We have Development Review Committee minutes and for September 14th and September 21st, and no Planning Commission minutes for approval. Is there a motion to approve?
This is Commissioner Gibson. I move to approve the Development Review Committee minutes for September 14th, 2020 and September 21st, 2020.
Thank you.
I'll second that. I'll second that.
Thank you. Commissioner Davis, second. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Can we just do a verbal on that, Warren? Is that acceptable, or do we need a
Yeah,
roll call?
just ask for any objections.
Okay. All right. Are there any objections? All right. Hearing
Motion
none.
passes 5-0.
All right. Thank you. All right. Other reports, Warren.
There are no other reports.
Okay. So, Planning Commissioner comments. Let's go the opposite way just for fun. Commissioner Gibson.
I appreciate everybody's work on the projects tonight, particularly this last one. I just have some differences on some of the more some of the items, so was why I voted the way I voted. But I appreciate everybody's comment and input. I view that that we were successful making the project much more successful and a better project. I appreciate everybody's willingness to participate and give thought and input, and I commend all of you. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Castillo?
I have no comments, Madam Chair.
All right. Commissioner Davis?
No, just I agree with Field. I think everyone they put their time and analysis in this, and I think we with our feedback and our review, we came up with some good recommendations. So I do thank everybody for your hard work.
Thank you. Commissioner Kogler?
Just one quick comment, Madam Chair. There is a Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee meeting, I think, scheduled for the 22nd of this month. And I'm just curious, I would ask staff, what do we expect for an agenda for that?
That agenda will likely be issued Monday afternoon.
I guess my question, Mr. Friess, was more, what is the content of the meeting going to cover? Is this the final draft of the plan?
No. This is the next level. This is the review of the implementation measures, which is the series of zoning ordinance amendments. So really, it's just a kickoff to that process. So it's going to actually be kind of a high-level initial discussion of just some of the concepts and overall direction in terms of the zoning code changes that come back next year after the housing element's adopted.
Cool. So you're just setting us up for what's more work for the committee to come.
Yeah, it's literally a kickoff.
Thank you. That's all, Madam Chair.
Okay, thank you. And my comments are that I'm just really proud of the commission and the staff. I know that there's a lot of, on this and all the other complex projects that we've had lately, there's a lot of things that I'm sure we wouldn't. The best outcome to suit to bring all the best thoughts together and make the compromise and cohesively put the projects together as best we can. So thank you to everyone. So I just lost my agenda. I think we are staff comments. I beg your pardon. Staff comments.
Yes, thank you. A couple quick updates. So as Commissioner Kogler mentioned, there is a Housing Constraints and Opportunities Committee meeting that's next Thursday, the 22nd. We are working on getting that agenda out. We did receive a approval letter from HCD, the state agency reviewing our housing element. So they've accepted our housing element, which is really good news. We're currently in the environmental review phase on that. We do expect to be bringing the housing element back for Planning Commission hearings on November 10th. That is scheduled to go to council before the end of the year. And then let's see, you have next meeting's October 27th. Looks like we have a couple time extensions that are going to show up. And I think that townhouse project on 3rd Street that we've looked at a couple times at DRC should be ready for a public hearing as well. So that's my report. Darren, Dave, anything else?
City engineer has nothing to report.
So that's the report.
That's the report.
Okay, thank you very much. So if there is no objection, I will adjourn the meeting. Thank you, everyone.
Okay. Good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night. Thank you.
Good night.